next, King WTZ together with Superboy hides themselves first in this compound. They would not be so hidden as the Rangers would be just above the hill right in front of them.
Well, right now you can see now Nexus Vanguard escaping the area. Now they're trying to hold on into one of these garage stations where you can get vehicles, and you can see Rangers now right above the hillside. Our other teams right now just surrounding this area. More than likely, it's Team Max also, who is right here in Pineon now. And for Team Max, unfortunately, they weren't able to meet Rangers already built that position and rotated away from this location. Uh, so far, the circle, right, Aya? I haven't seen circle, so hopefully the circle's right around the area of Hainan. So, see which team have a better position.
Definitely. So for now, our silent gods right here. Let's see if they also have that good positioning, or probably not so much, as they would be situated outside of that next safe zone. So with 34 more seconds, they need to move out. They're just getting a bit of those loots left in those compounds. But talking about YG right here, their jump coming in from 15th now onto that sixth spot, that was really a huge leap. So they could probably do that again. They could replicate that right here. So those teams on top should not be so complacent now that YG is just a few steps behind them.
And now, New Born today, they won in the second game. Then they all snowballed downward
Mm-hmm.
spiral. And actually, there you go. The circle now is now seen on your screens. It is actually going to Pineon area, centering right around the area where Nexus Vanguard is at, and Rangers is at also. Rangers is actually on a 2-2 split, currently so far right at the middle. And this gives them flexibility when it comes to positioning, but gives them firepower. That's able to see Rangers go for eliminations. And speaking of eliminations, now they're able to get eliminations, picking off those players who are trying to get right at it well, and range able to get elimination so far. And looks like Boy now will try to
Ooh.
go towards the teammate of his, but Jibna on the kill feed will go down, and going to be a range who will have to go for that revive. And this is the problem, Aya, with the 2-2 split of Rangers. It would only mean that they will have less firepower, because once you have one player
Oh
knocked down,
no.
unfortunately now spotted by Burmese goals. And again, that's the problem of that 2-2 split here in the map of Sanok. Once one is taken down, you'll have to revive, then you don't set up smokes, you'll be
Mm-hmm.
spotted from a different angle.
Yup, because earlier that was actually PG knocking down Jibna, and now knocking onto range would be our Burmese goals, and with that follow-up push, they will be eliminated. So for BG, they're really just taking their all of the chances in front of them, and that is um, beneficial for them. They have 4 eliminations already, but they also lost Master Edge in the process. So a 1-4 trade is of course still something here in this game. So for BG, the most important thing is that they're slowly but surely getting those points count. Meanwhile, for Rangers, that is quite unfortunate because they lost 2 with 1 elimination in the bag. For KSI, actually, that is almost the same thing too, being a losing player rather, and having no elimination. So a huge risk for them to do, but here for Sinwako, that is a knockdown on 2 times quick liquid with that confirmation coming in from Dale.
And this is what Sin needs currently right now. If you look at the overall, they're currently at fourth now with 41 points. And this is what they needed in order for them to catch up, especially with the match point being 77 points. And if they can catch up, they can probably do a smash match 4 or maybe match 5 if all well with them. But currently, so far, they're able to put the pressure onto TTQs now, just hiding, kind of like what Smile did, or probably it was Romeo in one of the Sanok maps that we had in the first 3 days. But for Paradise Esports, able to now to get through the blue zone, but they revive first Honda who is currently knocked down as we go back here to TTQ and Sin. Currently, right now, Aya looks like Sin has now to circle around the areas where TTQ is currently located.
And as they're actually circling around time to quick and now going for the push would be Sin. They be able to limit the rest of our time to quick, or will TTQ be able to defend themselves and their compound right here with that throat nade? No one will be damaged, but coming in from Ranked, that will be one as well. Will that land perfectly onto any of the players of our time to quick? We are not yet sure about that, as that will be cancelled for now. But coming in from Ranked with that push it rather onto that roof. This is going to be good for later on. He will have a better advantage, but with that anticipation onto the smaller shack, no one actually will stay in that spot. So now they know there is one player hiding behind, and that would be maybe. Not only a maybe, but will be a confirmation Ranked gets one more kill.
And that was a random shot by Rankid. Just instincts,
Ooh.
basically. Gus right now will be surrounded now by the players. There's going to be 3 surrounding this very house. And there he goes. Sin gets in. Dale will be able to take out Gus. Now that leaves them to only 1 player left remaining. And I love how Sin is clearing the area. They're checking all of the corners. They're making sure that they're able to defend if in case that there's someone right at the corner. But for now, it's going to be Team Max and KHI. Claire is already out. Looks like they're being needed, and at the same time, being third party from afar.
And with that third party coming in from behind, we have your KHI mix just trying to stay still, not moving so much, because in front of him would be our team Max, and from behind would actually be our Nexus Vanguards. And those were the 2 players left from their end, but they don't probably have that best angle onto Migs. That's why they weren't able to take him out. So for Migs, he's just also citing if he could have a better angle onto our team Max, but that is unfortunate for him that he wouldn't have any information, but he saw that horse already for side of our team Max. But for time to quick Zuki, he's just right in the middle. Oh, look at this horse on the roof. We're seeing a lot of things here.
Things, especially here in this region, PMCL. We've seen the horse in the
Swim.
ocean, you know what I mean? And now the horse on top of the roof, the right circle, still goes to Pineon. The Rangers right now are just scratching their head, and that is because they landed in Pineon. The circle now is in Pineon, 2, and they're now up with only having 2, and they're kind of like out of it right on the upper hillside. But currently, right now, backing up goes down. The continuation of the hot drop session in Cap Charlie, and Juneng will also go down. Easy Boy goes down as well. So it now leaves only to Honda. Will now have the fight go through. Burmese Ghost is trying to go for the third party. Rex actually will be taking down Honda. And now for Clay Jr. and Pacquiao, only 2 players left remaining, but Honda will decide to go for the revive first. Pacquiao for 1 more nade neck. Yes, it will, and it will eliminate all of Paradise Esports.
Wow, for Goa, that was just a very precise fragment right there. And let's see if they will be able to continue that onto our Burmese goals as they shoot for Godspeed, almost getting knocked down. Okay, Junior also received a lot of those damages with only 1 first aid kit in hand and a few more bandages left. That is not going to be so fun for him to heal again. And most especially now the blue zone is just a few inches away from their spot. So by the time that moves, they will have to endure the pain of our blue zone. And Lil Yatka just scouting that spot. Nga Pacquiao together with the rest of Goa, I think they will have a difficult time into getting inside the circle, most especially if the BG would just really look onto their path.
And right now, so he's trying to look. Oh, it's gonna be Nathan now. Able to drop 1. That's gonna be Migs. Nathan does have 4 shots. He goes for the reload. It looks like Sin is now trying to go for those frag grenades. Now, as Jappy will also put his own nade. Superboy for next he goes down. Courtesy of God Burmese goals now. BMS. Here comes the third party onto Cade. Now watch for party for Sin. MS. As Ryman is now down as well. Monboy is also fighting against GOA. PBMS looks like they're fighting against 3 teams currently so far. And now
Mm-hmm.
Miner will now knock down Godspeed, who is currently in the blue zone. Sin will be able to eliminate Scotty. A lot of knockdowns, a lot of eliminations happening. But currently, so far, the story of still Nexus Van. Oh, it's going to be eliminated
Ooh!
from
Oh no!
this Miner, able to spot WTZ as they're now out.
So game number two, we are not gonna have that smash roll yet. That still resumes on to game number three, but now going on to our battles. We have Resin Esports staying at the corner of Pineon. Meanwhile, the rest will still battle and wrestle through the middle portion as Zinko will be spotted by PBMS Pretzel. Ranked now still goes for those bullets, but would not damage anyone from PBMS through that smoke. No one is amidst that area, but now 1v1 Goa Clay Jr. versus PBMS Pretzel makes that 1v2 as Monboy will also back him up. So Goa Clay Jr. now goes above this area and would not actually give himself yet as he prepared that frag grenade. Pretzel will hold one, but with that chase right there, he will still stay alive. That is the beauty of battling in areas where there are houses, where there are buildings. You cannot exactly have that direct access onto your opponent, but you
Oh,
can attempt to.
wow.
And with that name landing really perfectly coming from PBMS Monboy, Goa Clay Jr. goes out.
Goa right now made it with 3 eliminations. Now Pretzel, as you can now see, Rangers, he's able to actually see the other house right beside them. And right now, crashes in. Nathan now will be defending as he's going to introduce himself. Jappy will be taken out by Jappy will be taken out by Cole will be able or could be able to get eliminated by Nathan. As for Rangers, they're only left with only one. Now Dale, no fear at all. He's actually going to be pushing together with his teammate Rand. S12K dynamic duo happening so far here. Then again, I think Nathan will have all of the remaining shells left for his S12K. Ranked though does have a lot of shells. Oh, here comes Dale. He's able to eliminate now Rangers with 4 eliminations, but the battle continues, Aya. Just warfare here in Pineon.
Definitely a warfare, a rampage, left, right, front, back battles as PBMS lost one more of their players right there. KHI now just taking their time as Cine Sports is just right outside their house, which means they cannot overextend themselves and they cannot expose their positionings right away as Rankit goes for that spam shoot onto that window, onto that door, but no one will be damaged from the end of our KHI. 214 Michi, though, will be spotted by Team Maxio and his M416. And with the movement again of our circle, where will that shift to? And who will get that zone blessing? And the answer would be our Generation X.
Yeah, Generation X will get. They also have big compound though. On Coca-Cola will be taken down currently. So Sin, they have 6 seconds here. Wahoo is already out of this game. They need to push circle, and who's actually defending this circle? It's actually Team Max, but here comes Nero Romeo as Master Smile now is cooking up a nade, but good thing Nero has backed out already. Coca-Cola revive. It is actually a 1v3 situation here at the side of the pool, but look at Nero just using that all space right, and you can see how I say well eliminated, and now left with only eliminated as well. And now say Cloud will also get spotted. I say we'll have to back up for a little bit here. Needs to heal up. Same goes to say Cloud. KHI will get eliminated. Now we'll need to push. And looks like Team Max is able to hear those footsteps. Now the nade coming through. Together with Randy is very smart. They're able to go onto the other side of that small bridge as they're able to get those small covers, but Randy will be spotted. Now Dale. And here comes Dale. Will try to heal first, not defend himself. Then will be eliminated.
And with Sin being eliminated right here, we're now left with 6. 214 will be confirmed on the side of 214 Esports. SG Lucy, though, will also receive that team damage and will be confirmed right away coming in from 214 Lion. But 214 Lion was also spotted with a say coming from 214, coming in from our NB Yahiko on to 214 Woe, and that will be the end of our 214 Esports being eliminated with 4 eliminations in the bag. NB Moek will be taken down by the play zone, and we only have one player for our Silent Gods, one knockdown onto our NB2 for our YG, still 3 for Generation X, and 4 full squad still for Team Max. So now the advantage is leaning towards our Team Max.
Team Max with or and they're actually at western side part of the circle. The circle has shifted away from that compound of Generation X. Still for YG, they're still alive here. NB now. Oh, what's happening? Looks like he's gonna try to just nade himself. Blue zone will just poison him, and now that's a deny. And now for the teams left, YG, Max, and GX. Gonna be a battle here between YG and Say Cloud now cooking up the nade. Will it connect? No. There's only a splash of damage onto Coca-Cola. Nade also will be used by Coca, damaging Say Cloud and Murnat Boy. Team Max is actually getting into position now inside the circle.
Oh, no.
As I say, unfortunately, he's blinded by the smoke. But there you have it for YG. They're with 2 elims only at 3rd place. And now Team Max now putting it onto Generation X. As Shin goes down, Coca-Cola will be left. He's able to heal, but it's going to be a 1v4 situation. A little chance for Coca-Cola. Nate coming in, but then again, here comes 2 players. So they get the winner chicken dinner here for match number 7.
This is going to be a huge leap coming in from our Team Max, just like what happened for our Young Galacticus yesterday. Now let's see later on what points will Team Max actually add together with the 10 placement points that they will have coming from that winner chicken dinner. So for Team Max, congratulations indeed, and this is really a game changer for them here in the Super Weekend, week number 2, day number 2. So them preserving that full squad still at the very end, that was one of the biggest factors that really helped them push through this game.
And this is a big win for Team Max, knowing that coming in today, they were at number 12 in the overall rankings. This gives them a chance now to go on top, maybe right around top 4, 3, or maybe even 2, giving them a much closer score now to the match point, which is 77. But you can stats here for you with 3, and then Trezzy with 4, and then 1 for Iter X. A total amount of 11 eliminations for Team Max. But before we continue, let's watch the highlights for match 7. Done watching the highlights, as we're now able to see the match rankings for match 7. 21 points for Team Max, 16 for Generation X, 8 for Sin, as YG only getting 7, NB getting 6. Same goes to 214 with 6. 6 also for Burmese Skulls, and then 5 for Silent God. You try to analyze this, match number 7. Sin with 48 points, while this Team Max will get 21 points or 22 points, as they're able to get to probably around top three or maybe even top four. But looking at the second half of our match rankings, you can see that Nexus Vanguard, the one with the highest far with 67, did get any point in match number 7.
Oh no, let's now see how that will translate onto our overall ranking. Still, no one is getting past that match point. 67 would still be the points of Nexus Vanguards. They weren't able to get anything again from that match. But for Burmese goals, they're now here tied up with Generation X onto the second and third spot. Silent Gods with 48 tied up with D Max together with Sin. So a lot of tied up points right here, which again will bring so much of that pressure, will bring so much of that thrill for us as viewers, but a huge challenge for all of our players. Well, for YG we have 46, KHI with 42, 41 for NB, 35 for 214, and so on and so forth. So that only means that around the middle portion and even up until the top of the leaderboards, we have a close fight.
Yeah, very close fight for getting that top number one spot. Now that we know that match number 7 ended, 11 for Max GX getting 10 eliminations for match, and then 7 for Sin, and then for YG. This is really interesting for YG because normally you would see that they're for being so good, they're able to last until last 4, but they're only able to get 2 elimination points. So this is not the YG that we know of during the days of this group stage week number 2. But for the MVP, it's going to be you with 3 eliminations, 740, 746, and you know what? He didn't took any.
Wow. That is really good for Max YUU because he was able to bring in so much of that power without actually receiving any scars or any bullets coming in from that match. Before the head-to-head that we have here, 2-1 winner chicken dinners in favor of Nexus Vanguards, 43-34. Just that was just turned around for NX and BG, but that was in favor again of our Nexus Vanguard. So to simply put it, our Nexus Vanguards are still on top right now, but of course there will be teams who would want to catch up with the points that they made yesterday. But for Nexus Vanguards, they cannot be too complacent and they really need to add more of those points right here as Team Max actually dominated our Sandhawk map for match number 7.
Yeah, and right now we're waiting for the bigger maps now to open up, as we're gonna be going to the map yesterday, Aya. When we talk about Erangle, you're talking about Nexus Vanguard because yesterday they got 2 chicken dinners in a row.
Yep.
Match number 3 and match number 4. That's why they are now in the top number 1 spot right now with the 67 points. So if they can manage through like match number 8, get the enough points that they needed, only 10 points, and then for match number 3 you can go for the goal, which is the smash, getting that winner chicken dinner. It might same as what we had last where PBMS ended the whole day on match number 9, but for me still my prediction would still be right around match 11, because it's really hard to predict, most especially in this super. You saw newborns getting the winner chicken dinner. You can see Burmese goals winning at the end of the and
Yep.
Young Galacticos' firepower is not the same during those first 3 days in this week.
Definitely. So again, that only proves and shows to us that it could still be anybody's ball game. So with that smash roll happening, that's still a bit far from happening right now. As much as I don't want to, I'm feeling it would end around match number 12. So that might be a bit of a longer stretch for us. But let's see if Kuku will be right, if there would be smash roll applications on match number 10 and match number 11. But for now, before we head on to our next Erangle map, we are going to go for a very short break and we will see you in a bit. And we are back here for another match inside of our PMCL Super Weekend Week number 2, day number 2, match number 8, with a few more seconds happening right here before we move on to our bigger maps for today. So the question remains, will we be able to see teams reach that match point and for the next game take that winner chicken dinner, or will we be maximizing our matches for today? So we are yet to see that, as we are just onto our second game for today and match number 8 overall. Now let's see who will be the kings of Erangle map right here in this game. Again, a lot could still happen. We have a few teams quite near to each other, so now let's go and see this Erangle game. And now,
Oh,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and now Look, looks like we have the same thoughts there. Uh, in for match number 8, as we're going from Milta to the area of Quarry, and yesterday we saw the adjustment made by Sports. They now drop right around the Milta area. Just aggressive fight did not qualify here in the Super Weekend. And they have also Milta Power as well for them to loot out. So this is a big space for Cent Esports for them to loot out. Nexus Vanguard will be able to drop to their usual spot right around Novo Rep Noye. And for Goa, they will also be able to. So it's not for the others. It'll be really now for Generation X. Same goes to Team Max and KHI, because they usually drop right around Stalber area, Subverni and Kameshki. So we might probably see them trying to battle it out for those vehicles.
Now we will see where will this circle and safe zone go, as they are all just dropping onto their respective dropping points. And this is now a Gatka circle, but as early as now we have one player eliminated from the side of our Rangers. I believe as that parachute was dropping, they were able to be seen by another team. I'm not just quite sure where did that exactly came from, but for Nexus Vanguards now taking Novripnoy again all for themselves, they're still quite good, as they're still quite doing good, of course. They are far from all of our battles going on. Before top 5 eliminators, we have NX Superboy, BG, Lil Yatka, Joji from NX, and Biyahiko and Sin Wako. So sort of a mix for our top 5 eliminators, but we have 2 from our Nexus Vanguards and 1 from each of those other 3 teams. So for Nexus Vanguards, we are still waiting for that performance that they have shown us yesterday here in week number 2.
Well, they only needed 10 points. Don't really need a winner chicken dinner, but if they can get a win here for match number 8, then that would give them much momentum in for match number 9, where they can actually try to go to get their goal, which is to smash it with the winner chicken dinner. But currently, so far, Silent Gods looks like they're having some hard time with getting those vehicles, as they're actually getting gunshotted by KHI Esports. And KHI did adjusted their drop here, Aya. They now went to shelter. SG usually drops right around Yasnaya, and that's why you can see them trying to go to the northern side of the map itself. Going back to the conversation of Nexus Vanguard, San, they didn't really got it. So still, the goal here for this match is to be at the 10 points, or maybe even more than 10 points.
Let's see, because earlier we were also expecting for Nexus Vanguards to do that in match number 1, but it wasn't fortunate for them, and they lost 2 quite early, and the full squad eventually in that match. But for Burmese goals, now on to the second spot. I think, of course, their aim would be to reach that match point, but that isn't so possible here in this match. Well, unless they get a chicken dinner and 17 elimination points, but other than that, it might take them around 2 more matches before surpassing or reaching that match point. So at this point, the closest still would be our Nexus Vanguards, and the rest needs to grind a little bit more.
And here comes Nexus Vanguard, and for the circle this matchup. Looks like they're gonna have to make some adjustments. Normally, we would see them going for bridge camps, Aya. And since the circle is going to the western side part of the area, well, this will be a circle for the side when Galacticos. We might see YG again go to those high grounds, which is the mountains right around Gatka and Georgia Pool. And 214, though, who has Gatka currently right now, might as well, if they can, try to go to the mountains first instead of Yangan Galacticos, then maybe they can try to fend them off going to their usual rotation. So for Nexus
Mm-hmm.
Vanguard, I understand why they're rotating early here in this matchup for
Yep.
stage number one. They would want to also be right nearby that area. In my opinion, the next best place to stay for would probably be the ruins area.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is a good prediction right there. That could possibly be that next circle in this map, but we're not yet sure as of the moment, as Nexus Vanguard still moves around the map together with the rest of the teams, but it is quite of a much more quiet map right here with 5 minutes into the game. We just lost one player coming in from our RNG, which actually came from our time to quick. So with that initial elimination onto TTQ, let's see if they will be able to continue with that one. But with this continuation movement coming from NX, they actually have Cine Sports just around the corner right there, but they wouldn't actually meet and their paths would not cross. So still safe for both Nexus Vanguards and for our Sin Esports.
And Nexus Vanguard, again, long rotation still is what we're seeing right now for them. Came from Novo, now they're nearby the area of Yasnaya. And again, for Nexus Vanguard, they would have a lot of gas, so best to go to gasoline station, refuel up. And sometimes there's spare tires available. There you go. You can see that. You can see the spare tire available at the gasoline station. So you can definitely get that. Uh, I believe so. We've seen already someone use the spare tire in one of these matches in Erangle. So they will be able to use that one as well because it's very effective. It's most especially if you have no more vehicles available. That is very very usable for the latter of the game. And here comes Superboy, who will run past this gasoline station and will probably go for a refuel on the next gas station. Case for who though on the kill feed will be taken down by TTQ as we're still looking at Nexus Vanguard. Oh, but look at that final bullet of Zuki hits Rex, and that's gonna be two players before DOA.
Ooh, 4 hour Guardians of Angels. That is quite unfortunate right here. They are now left with two, and I think they're not so far from our time to quick. So it's either they risk losing the full squad, or this is the time for them to bail out. I think they're going for that escape, but would that be so possible as all eyes are on them coming in from our time to quick? And with this push coming from Gus to secure the elimination onto KS4, who he doesn't have anywhere else to go. He's just waiting to accept his fate right here. And with that DBS finish, now Goa loses two.
Goa will lose two. This Goa will not have that much firepower for the latter stages. They will most likely be hiding and easily get pushed by teams rotating. And look, Sin was able to find now their own sweet spot in this circle. And Aya, that the circle still going to that area, which is centering around that mountain of Gata or mountain of Georgia Pool, if that's what you call it. But for 214 now, they're able to scatter around the area. This is an open area scattered by 214. If you look back on the mini map or even in the map feed that we're able to access. So, speaking of the circle, there you go. It shifted away from that mountain, but still, there's still areas in that is within the circle. Actually, a Nexus Vanguard circle now. All of a sudden,
And with that happening and going on right here, now we are still looking at Nexus Vanguard. All eyes are indeed on Nexus Vanguards because we are hoping for them to, of course, get those points in so that they could reach that match point. But no point, not even one, is still being farmed by NX right here. But will this be the first one as they spot NB Moek around the area just across that bridge? But with another action going on, YG is actually here. They're also before from our a bit near rather to our newborns, but they would not go for that pressure onto them and they would just go on with their movement together with our NB. Let's see, will they go for the push? We're not yet sure about that. But for Sin Esports, they're starting it with our Nexus Vanguards as Wako goes down.
Wako goes down for Sin. Rangers now will be fighting against Sin as Jappy will be confirmed by Sin Esports. And Wako will most likely get a revive here because if you look at the minimap, Aya, not much of any threat from the surroundings. Oh, but no! OM from a far distance able to go for that elimination onto Wako. And again, this is the problem of Rangers, Aya. They're very scattered to wing too much split,
Mm-hmm.
2-2 splits, 3-1 splits. It's just so much splits we're in. It lessens up their firepower. Whereas if they're all together, like 4 members,
Mm-hmm.
you're able to, eliminate teams with firepower. Well, I understand that you would have to go for those splits. Most especially that
But
this is
not all
just the
the
early
time.
game. You can manage the circle shifts, but
Mm-hmm.
you would need that firepower now because you can see now Rangers down on the 11th spot in the overall
Mm-hmm.
rankings.
Definitely. With them being together, that would really help a lot as they could maximize handling a situation as a full squad. But without either one, two, or the three players in a situation, that would definitely take a toll on their performance. And that's exactly what is happening for Zada Rangers right here, having only one player left. That is going to be so difficult. More so if this continues on to our next game. So RNG needs to reassess their strategies and the plans that they have for the rest of Super Weekend day number 2. Stage number 2 coming right up right here for KHI. They're just still chilling with a lot of points, rather with no points yet for this match, but just enough for them to be around the middle portion of our scoreboards overall. Well, now shifting again is our circle that would comprise mainly the areas of Dorgopol. We have here the mountain of Gatka, which comprises several teams already inside. And now we have here an ongoing battle. KHI versus our Burmese Gold receiving those bullets, but not enough for them to be taken down. But as they approach and run into our newborns, they are now going to be forced to go for that push.
Newborns right now, 2 players right at this squad house. And now KHI will go for full send their team, but Kaiko now surprises Demios. Here comes player to save his teammate. And now see at the case as Foxy right now. And now here comes the rest. They did not go by, but oh, we don't know. From afar, this for the third party, knocking down Claire. Here comes 214 and 2 now. Kyle to knock down Moak. GG Esports, third party in KHI and B's current engagement right now. But for TTQ, looks like Liquid is now going for a flank. Cream is hiding behind those
Ooh.
smokes together with Ridges. Ooh, Lion. How in the world did he did not dare Haya?
Actually, I'm looking at the lower right side of the screen earlier. That's why I shouted because we have that face off coming in from Envy and our other team. But as you asked me, that was probably a very lucky moment for Swan for Line that he wasn't able to receive that frag grenade. Going back to the battle that I was talking about earlier. This is Envy versus our team Max, and with the final player of Envy, which is XD11 right here being pushed by the rest. Our team Max, and bullets will go through his head right here, and those bullets will now leave our battlefield. So for Team Max, they lost 2 of their players already, but at least, rather 1 of their players, but at least they had. Oh, why did they not get the elimination? I'm confused. Anyway, let's check that later on. Now we're again going back, Cuckoo, with the battle between 2 and 4 and time to quit.
Very confusing, Haya. But For now, 2-OM gets hit right at the head. And now Kree is actually down to low HP. Lion cannot even help out. Look at the angle that he has. And now Gus able to throw that nade out. Or not nade, but Molly as he burns Kree alive. And now for Liquid, still going for that flank. Not able to get an angle. Miro will knock down Yepakao on the kill feed. TTQ though, even though that they had that man advantage now, they're not able to go for the push directly towards 214. But here comes maybe. Looks like they have no choice now. 52 seconds left remaining, and then the blue zone will move. And maybe trying to bait out the players of 214 so that they can maybe try to go for that commitment. But Kree now together with Lion now goes in. Gus and Zuki goes down. Now maybe will against two players. Oh, he actually does defend against two players. Now
Ooh.
we'll still have to heal up. And on the kill feed, Honda out Dale. And now here comes OM. OM now will try to make a save here for 214. Oh, Kree surprises maybe. As now OM will throw out another nade. Now the revive happens now to Lion. Kree is now healing up as well. Coming in. But we switch over his goals in SG. BGSG who will win this hillside battle. Oh, Liquid though will knock down Kree with the frag grenade. Cool. Will be eliminated, and that's gonna be it for Sin.
Oh no, and quite an early elimination. 4 hours in esports, though they had 3 kills in the bag, that would still not be enough for them, as we have just or either 1 or 2 point difference in between them and the next teams in line, just like our BGSG and so on and so forth. But here, let's see how 214 will handle the situation. Still in front of our time to quick. Lion still crawling for his life, but Woem will be so brave in facing time to quick, maybe despite being in the middle of our blue zone right here, and he will be taken right there, but maybe too will be
Oh,
spotted by, oh, rather that will be coming in for the blue zone, but with our PBMS versus our GX to the hover cap onto PBMS Ryman right there, and with that exchange onto our Generation X, Saiz will be heavily damaged and will be able to still knock down Monboy despite his HP, but with a third party joining in, we have here an almost knockdown again for GX Saiz, but not anymore a knockdown. That will be rather not an almost, but that will be a knockdown coming in from them of our PBMS. Now, still battling it with the rest of our Generation X, and will be caught in between two players of GX, and that will be the end for our PBMS, who are still experiencing quite a huge struggle.
yeah, a huge struggle for PBMS still. Boom getting one out of this match. And here comes GS. It looks like they have the high ground advantage now. Both back out. And Miner will be down on the ground. Lucy now will be taken down together with Miner. As the push now coming from Burmese Goals, they're able to make a flank here against Silent Gods. Now Jarrell will try to go for the gunshot as well. Will get eliminated by that follow-up frag grenade. will be the only man remaining as he will get eliminated by Burmese Goals. As this is happening, Aya, there's still a lot of things, a lot of engagement happening at the other side, and you can now see Kareem just swimming underneath the bridge. And for Nexus Vanguard, they're still live. Yeah, left with
Mm-hmm.
3 players left remaining, and looks like they're gonna go for a revive.
But still, no points. I'm not sure what is happening for Nexus Vanguards. Probably they're feeling so much of that pressure. That's why they really don't put themselves out there, and they're trying to play safe. But too much of that play safe would really not going to be giving you so much of those points. That's why now we still have 0 for our Nexus Vanguards. But with our circle moving on here, we have NX Doji again will be spotted coming in from that revive. Now we'll again ask Superboy to go for it, but nope, that will be confirmation coming in from our BGVG. Look at that, 7 eliminations right here. GX next to them would have 6. So this is a very tight spot for them to be in a very close fight. So for Burmese Goals, most likely they're aiming for that chicken dinner as well, so that for the next game they could easily get that match point.
Yeah, the match point will be the target here for Nexus Vanguard, WTZ, and Superboy. They need to put in their firepower. Honda right now will surprise Shin, as Shin and Generation X will die, and they leave the 6 eliminations. And for Honda, it'll be still left Ooh, WTZ though will be spotted by Speed, and then another Nexus Vanguard will get eliminated as range will be able to spot them, and still Aya. Nexus Vanguard cannot make a point.
Oh no. That really just gives so much of that advantage for the next teams. They thought it would be so easy for NX to get those 10 additional points, but no, that is not happening for Cyber Nexus Vanguards. And now BG actually has a good opportunity to do that in this game. And even Max and YG, and let's also include KHI, because they are, again, just few points in between each other. So let's see how this will progress, because it's getting more interesting right now. Not like what happened for our week number one, where in PBMS just continued with that dominance onto match number one, two, and three, and then eventually ended everything else. But for now, this could go for BG, could go for GX, for Sin SG. This could go still to anybody.
Yeah, anybody could this one. And BG now getting close to match point, or even to the top. Number one range will be spotted swimming at the rivers of Georgia Pool. As now we're left with only 7. YG, very still with 4 players remaining, and again, this is their dropping point near apart crates or containers. Now able to split the one freeze meal be it up. The 3 other YG will be down at the bottom side of the bridge, and for GG, they're still gonna be inside the circle. They will out the next search. It's stage number 6. Not yet the one. Shroud will be able to spot Max Chrono as Max Chrono will most able to get a revive of his own at the other side of the river. Really interesting circle, Aya.
Mm-hmm.
The big question is, who will get the circle? Will it go downwards to GG, or
Hmm.
will it go to the other side of the river?
Oh, that question is actually now unanswered, as that goes a bit towards the northeastern side of our circle, if I'm seeing that correctly, based onto our mini map. So, with that movement, we have several teams that will be left outside, just like our Good Game Esports onto the southern side. They will still have to cross that river before entering our main circle right here. But for BG, they're still actually having a good spot. They have that big advantage onto the other teams. And for GG Devon, as I've said, they still need to move across that river. That's why one of them will be knocked down. Meanwhile, for Burmese goals, very, very aggressive right now with 9 eliminations, and they have a good spot. So I think we have a high possibility for Burmese goals to take that winner chicken dinner. But again, that will all boil down to where would that circle move again, and how they would try to stay together as a full team.
And now they're gonna be going for that setup of the smoke. I think they're planning on just diving through the waters, Aya, but that's gonna be a bad idea. They do not know
Mm-hmm.
that YG is right at the bridge, and this is what they're doing right.
Oh no!
I called it, Aya. I called it. They're now using
Yep.
their vehicle as means, but then
Oh
again,
no!
it's a trap by YG, and all of a sudden, only one player left standing. GG Esports to going to be Vaughn. Still stands
Oh
up to
no!
be and will be spotted by Yangon Galacticos, and those are easy eliminations by YG.
Definitely easy. They probably didn't, sweat even a bit during that final moment. And that was a blessing in disguise for Sarayang Galacticos. It's like the heavens, gave all of those points to them, with the movement coming from GG, who just went directly for the waters without considering that there might be a team around that bridge. So what a way to exit the game for the side of our GG with only 1 point in their bag. So for the rest of the teams remaining right here, Young Galacticos also has a good chance of getting that winner with chicken dinner, as they're also starting that aggressive gameplay onto Team Max, knocking down Max Corona.
And looks Max, in my opinion, would be the or would have the best positioning right now. Only so far, Corona is getting the pressure from the side of me, and St. Cloud just not stopping on throwing those nades over. Ooh, another nade coming in from St. Cloud eliminates Paro9. I was planning on going for that revive. I would now go to KHI. Since this is happening now, KHI has the best position now inside this stage.
And as Idorex right here is actually still inside of the circle, but he has our YG would want to, of course, push him out of this spot so that they could take this all for themselves. Max Idorex, though, not letting that happen, just staying outside of the house so that he can be quite safe. But that is going to be left by our safe zone. Say Cloud going for those smokes so that they could enter this compound, and that actually would just even push Max Idorex to go for that frag grenade to defend himself because he cannot do anything else other than defend himself with that frag grenade. And now, as they push forward, slowly but surely, getting near to the location of Max Idorex, trying to secure that spot through the smoke, will be BG Unknown joining in the fun with those bullets connecting, damaging. Oh, with that nade coming in from Max Idorex, knocks down a YG Romeo right here, and with that explosion, almost knocks down one more. But KSI Demons actually joins that engagement, and we'll be seeing Max Idorex. So KSI now has that upper hand onto taking down those players, but with YG, at least they have this compound.
Yeah, YG will survive, even though that they're getting some third parties. Honda will be spotted though by Team Max, the last guy of Team Max. It's now going to be YG versus Team KHI Esports. You can also Burmese goals to it, which is most likely they will crash to KHI, which is what they're doing so far. And you can see now the nades coming from Claire. Not gonna hit so far. Claire will have against two. He's gonna try to bail out from the scene. Claire now will be spotted from a distance. Trezzy will be able to take out Claire. Claire will be taken out though by the frag and BG as BG Lilianka takes out. And all of a sudden now, KHI, they cannot defend this quad house. They're able to still, as Migs was able to clutch it out against Liliatka. Still, the nades are coming through. Godspeed and Master Itchy putting in the pressure onto KHI Esports. Godspeed now will put the front up as another nade will be thrown out by Itchy. And then we ever so smart, not join the fun. Will just eliminate that is knocked down. Migs is already will probably just hide for the meantime as Godspeed will throw out nades are wasted by bowls. And now looks like gee, they're now who is right at the tower over, but Clay Jr. can even 30 this situation.
Well, look at this nade coming from Master Itchy, but he doesn't know that Migs is actually onto the rooftop. That's why that nade would not damage him. But with another attempt coming in from Master Itchy, what? A movement coming in from Godspeed. Nice aim. He actually knows where he is at right as of this moment before YG going for that frag grenade as well onto Goa Clay Jr. Would that land onto him? We're not quite sure, but with BG Godspeed also throwing in those bullets, this is going to be a huge battle later on, Cuckoo, as we still have a full squad for YG, 2 for BG, and 1 each for Max and Goa.
Clay Jr. now set up the smokes. Another smokes will be set up. And for YG, they will be fully aware of what's happening right now here with Clay Jr. Trezzy will also be fully aware of what's happening now. Clay Jr. will be spotted by YG as Sake will confirm him. And now next target will be Team Max as we're left with 3 teams. We have BG, and Team Max still alive here. Say Cloud. They're just using that high ground advantage, just going on top of the roof. They have the man advantages as well with 4. So looks like YG is now back, Aya.
YG is back. And again, this is going to be a good storyline for them as they came from that 15th spot pushing themselves towards the 6 and now slowly but surely going even further with that nade. Now landing onto Max Trezzy, courtesy of YG Master Smile. One more point will go to them now. This will be a 4v2 situation, and as YG say Cloud will be spotted by Godspeed with that good speed of bullets coming in from him, that would be a 2v2 situation right here with those follow-up of nades, which would not damage anyone on Young Galacticus. That will just give ample time for our YG to go for that heal up. But because this is stage number 9 already, they will meet around the area we're in. That is going to be a very open field.
An open area, an open circle. Ooh, it's gonna be just firepower versus firepower. Pretty, unfortunately, only has 2, and now only 1 player left standing. But the nades coming from the side of YG,
Woo!
like a mini red zone, and they get the winner chicken dinner here in match number 8. Means Aya now closer to that match point. They won't get the match point yet, but they can probably end this by match number 9, which is again our prediction, Aya. It's either the 4th match, even the 5th match of the day.
And things are getting more exciting as not only Nexus Vanguards is near to that match point, but probably around 4 teams as we end this game, 3 or 4 teams. So with that happening, just everything is getting more and more exciting. So for those who are in the comment section right now, cheer for your teams because they might need that before we head on to our match number 9. But we have the stats for that previous game. Say Cloud with 3, Murnat with 2, Smile with 3, and Romeo with 3. But the most damage will go to Murnat despite having only 2 eliminations. And the rest have almost similar contribution inside of the game. So that really just gives us a summary of how YG can play very, very well in this game. Speaking of YG, let's see what were their highlights during match number 8.
Match ranking now up for match number 8, 21 points for YG with 18 for Burmese goals, 9 for KHI, and then we have 6 for Team Max, 6 as well for GX and TTQ, with 5 for GOA, 4 for the side of PG. Now, let's talk about the Burmese goals here. Getting 18 points. We're not so sure yet, Aya. We don't know what's the specifics of their overall rankings, but later on we'll see if they will be able to reach the points of Nexus Vanguard. So Nexus Vanguard have struggled 2 consecutive games already, Aya. Both of these games, Aya, are 0 point.
Yup, that means, and that's why we have here now actually Burmese goals standing on the number 1 spot with 68, already surpassing Nexus Vanguards with 67 points, but also welcoming YG on the 3rd spot with 67, tied up with our Nexus Vanguard. So with GX also just around the corner with 56, Max with 54, and so on and so forth. These 3 teams on top, Burmese goals, Nexus Vanguards, and Yangan Galacticus, they're now up into getting that match point for match number 9. But we have our top 4 teams. Of course, that actually explains this actually explains rather why we had that overall rankings. All of the eliminations for YG and 12 for our Burmese Gulls, while we have 6 for KHI and 1 for our T-Max. So these two teams are now really very eager to overtake Nexus Vanguards, and Burmese Gulls actually was able to do that already here in this game. What more for the next matches if our Nexus Vanguards would not be still waken up by what is happening in their side?
I think they're scratching their heads. They have lot
Definitely.
games. I am. Nexus Vanguard just gave games, and those games are like, if you look at their rotation, they were on point with the rotation. It's just that they were not using their guns to, to show their firepower against these teams. So that's why they're now in the top number 2, and it's now going to be a battle between the 4 teams to get to that match point. And then a big possibility that match number 10 will be the last game if either the 3 will get the winner chicken dinner. So right now you can see Sana will be taken Max, YG will be taken, or Erangle by YG. So if YG can get additional points here, a total of 10 for the next match, which is a very doable thing for YG, Aya, because YG is a very consistent team and looks like they're in
Yep.
for week number 2. I believe so. My prediction now will probably change now from Nexus Vanguard to YG here for match number 9.
I think, yep, that is actually a valid and reasonable prediction right here, because we would go back to all of the games of our young Galacticos. They are always very consistent, though there are just, very few matches that they're not doing well, but the rest, they can easily bounce back and make up for those points that they were not able to take during their sort of not so good matches. So for YG, a very, very good contender for our match point and for, of course, that smash rule. But before we head on to our next match, we again just finished 2 already, and we are moving on to our next game. So we are going to go for a very short break. So we will again see you later.
And we welcome you back here for the countdown to match number 9. This is again Kuku TV with Miss Aya. And by our last days for PMCL Summer. So we'll most likely see you on the next season, which is PMCL Fall. And they will take over the finals in Sir Cloud and Tash Bunny. So there were a lot of people looking for, and you will see them again in the grand finals next week during or on June 13 to June 18. But again, match number 9, this might be it, Aya, where we could see teams reach the match point. Might be next, might be Burmese, might be Yangon Galacticos, all Myanmar teams currently right now dominating the game. But let's see and find out as we now fly to the map of Erangle.
And now, after those battles that we have seen, we're now getting on to our second map for Erangle, brought to you by Techno, together with the pubgmobile. Playing that now will go from the side of Primorsk onto just right above Lipovka, near around the area of Mansion. So north areas are not that accessible, but for names just like SMB, Nobar Pmcl for Argo and NX, that is easily reachable at this point, and for Pochinki, of course, for our RNG.
It's gonna be hard for those who are on the northern side, Aya. We have like maybe 5 who drops right over there. Newborns also drops at Georgia Pole North. We also have drops at Severny. KHI, I believe so. They can still stop Albert area, or maybe if they want to still go to shelter, they can. There will be a battle of teams goals right around the roads nearby Rumens. This will be 214 and Yangon Galacticos. You can see it now right on the bottom. GOA and Nexus Vanguard will be able to glide towards Novo and towards Sovstovka military base. Rangers will be able to drop to their usual area as the circle now goes to the bottom. This is going to be bad for those teams right on the northern side, because if you look at it, Aya, they're going to have to glide for so long and they're going to have to loot. So what will be your poison, Aya, to loot, loot and go straight to the circle?
That is a huge question right there. But here first, we have our top damage, total damage top 5. BGNO, Yatka, Godspeed, 3331, 3000, almost 31 as well. YG Say Cloud and our KHI. So with those 3 players, 3 top players, when it comes to the damage coming in from Burmese goals, that really just translates to us as they are really very aggressive inside of the game, and that's why now they are on the number 1 spot. So for BG, they have the momentum, probably yes, together with Young Galacticos. So those 2 teams could easily surpass Nexus Vanguards right here if Nexus Vanguards would not change their ways.
Well, this is going to be the thing for YG now in the 214. They're going to not see much of the vehicles because they're going to battle for those vehicles right in the early stages of the game. Say Cloud just running, and maybe found already a vehicle that he can, and maybe use to go to their usual dropping point. As for TTQ, they're able to drop already right on the other side of the bridge. So they a little bit of adjustment, Aya, with their dropping point. Normally, you would see them right around Ferry Pierre, you get them in the jungle area. So they probably had split it up, maybe 2 right on the bottom of the bridge already, and then right at Ferry Pierre or right nearby Ferry Pierre, 2 players will be looting the area there. So a potential bridge camp for TTQ right on the left-hand side bridge. On the right-hand side bridge, you would most likely see Nexus Vanguard going for those bridge camp, and you've seen this one, Aya, during week number 1 of the Super Weekend, twice in a row that we had a circle right on the bottom side of the map of Erangle. Yep. So loot very quick, and then eventually try to stay at the ends of the right side bridge to gatekeep those teams who will be dropped or maybe passing by that bridge.
And if that is going to be the case once again, you know that there are going to be teams who would, of course, struggle into finding a better spot. But for PBMS, with their signature hovercraft right here, they're still doing good. They're going into locations wherein they would probably stay for a while. But when it comes to their loot, that isn't so much, because looking at Monboy's utilities right here, he doesn't even have a first aid kit or even a bit of those bandages. So that would come handy later on, of course, most especially if the zone closes in around their spot. So for everyone, their priority would be getting into the circle and of course getting enough loot.
Well, does RNG have enough loot? You can see that one of their players has a visual weapon, not that much here in this meta. A honey badger, if you notice
Oh
that,
yeah,
Aya.
I
There
don't
was
like
one
honey badger at all.
oh, you don't like? I do love
No,
the honey badger, Aya.
really.
So hopefully they could, maybe put a buff, maybe to try to lessen up the recoil of the honey badger, because the honey badger can deal a lot of damage.
But look at this. Speaking of damage, we have our Goa dealing damage onto Time to Quick Zuki and would want to go for that confirmation, but unfortunately for him, that is not going to be so easy, as the rest of Time to Quick would go forward in order for him to be revived. But for Goang Pmcl and Clay Jr., they would also join their teammates so that Rex would not be alone in this spot. Now Zuki will be smoked out so that he could be revived by Maisie with no distraction coming in from the other teams. But for Goa Clay Jr., this will be his distraction. He does onto TTQ Gus. As he moves forward, he will receive so much of that damage, but would not be enough for him to be taken down.
And right now, Clay Jr. he does have that view already here for TTQ, but he's just scouting so far. He's just not yet not going for those gunshots. But looks like TTQ has already escaped the area, bailed out from this scene, and more than likely they will go to a much better area for them to stay, knowing that there will be teams who will be crashing right around those compounds. And in my opinion, the best area for them to stay right now would be right in the military base itself.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. That would be a good spot for them to take. Before the others, I don't think they would be able to join that SMB area right away, as they are still going to travel quite a bit far. Before Nexus Vanguards, they have that opportunity for later on. For GX, though, staying around this bridge area size, just proning down, they probably would want to go for that bridge camp in order for them to welcome those teams who would pass by this bridge. But as of the moment, I don't think he is seeing anyone else. So patience would be the key for our Generation X. Meanwhile, Force and Esports, who are now on the sixth spot, they're still a bit near to the points of Generation X, together with Team Max. So Force and Esports, they can still sort of chill, but at the same time pair it up with a lot of elimination points.
Oh, to be a mess now. They already have their own hovercraft. A lot of players or a lot of teams are now also getting their own hovercrafts, Aya. Looks like they have already seen what a hover can do in this type of applications, most especially Aya, that the circle is going to the bottom side of the map. And GG Esports will be able to escape for now. You cannot afford to lose bullets by just spraying that, or maybe later on, by the time that we do end game. But in the early stages of the game, afford to lose bullets, because you cannot, find bullets where you can just replenish them easily. But look at this! Zyter X will get man downed by Miner, and this is the Miner that we know, Aya. Just
Mm-hmm.
using that vehicle as a weapon in order for him to get the eliminations.
Yup, and as we were talking about that SMB circle, yes, that's a Snobcom military based. Most of it will be comprised. It will be, yes, will be comprised of our circle. But for RNG now, starting off with the battle onto our Guardians of Angels, knocking down KS for Hunga. Big Yao went under that bridge, and I think they will go for that chase down, as RNG Nathan is also around the corner, and one of the players actually are nearest in that bridge area. I think he's moving forward already to secure that elimination and even face Nga Pacquiao. So that would be range right here in front of our Goa. And what a good spray. What a good angle coming in from RNG range. So that would be two eliminations coming in from our Rangers. But for Rex and Clay Jr., let's see if they will still be able to go for that revenge onto our RNG, or will they just let this happen in front of their eyes?
And you're talking about weapons that is Jibna using that honey badger, like what I mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He's able to successfully use that, but for now it's gonna be YG from the blue zone, and we've talked about if YG will loot up. They did loot it up. Chappie will be able to drop one from the side. A Sin will be able to drop one of the players of Team Max, and looks like Max is just trying to run over here right at the edges and just hope that Trezzy will not get Dale. Like Dale still put in the pressure, even though that he's in the and not much of any heals as well for Dale because he only has like one first aid and a bunch of bandages.
And that would not be enough, of course, for later on. But for GG Shroud, that would be a knockdown onto them coming in from our newborns. And a confirmation actually for XZXY. So now that they are all up, will newborns, be alive again as how they did yesterday for game number 2? Or will this just continue as those few points getting in their bags? But for Vermis goals, no points yet from their end, but let's see too, because at 11 minutes or almost 11 minutes, it is just very unusual that we haven't gotten any full squad wipe yet, but this will be the first one. Team Max now out.
Team Max will now be out. The three Myanmar teams that are near point still alive. Oh, that's it for GG. And also for KHI. We'll get it. 214 Esports will be the ones to eliminate them. As for GG, they're still left with two. That is only one of the players of GG that NB eliminated right at this very area. And speaking of the circle now, I was about to say the circle, it's now going to shift towards the area of YG and RNG. This is actually very lucky for the side of YG. They were the last team to rotate on the left-hand side of the map, and they're now able to get that circle.
And with that circle favoring them, let's see if how they will actually maximize that favor and that advantage that they will be having here. Before NX Doji, look at that. Look at that bleed. It stings at this point, even if it's stage number 3. So he needs to heal up to before, or even just right inside getting just right before getting inside of our safe zone, because definitely they would meet several teams right here. But for BGNon, that is also the same case. He needs to go for that adrenaline rush and even one first aid kit, and that is gonna be him battling it out with other teams, just like our GX who is passing right in front of them.
Burmese goals right now heal up. I say Juneng. And looks like GX able to spot the players of Paradise Esports on the kill feed. Currently, right now, it's going to be Burmese. Going to have right in the blue zone, right over here at the right side part of the bridge. And right now, it's going to be GX need to fight against. And they're just trying to search the area, finding that angle for GX. And oh, it's going to be Lizzy Boy, who will take down the player of Generation X, which is Nero. And the reason probably why that BG is still staying is because they're thinking of going for the third party. Anyways, they needed only like 9 points in order for them to be at match point.
And with those 9 points, let's see if that is actually achievable here in this moment. But for BG, starting off with that engagement onto our Silent Gods, but would not be able to take even one of their players. Oh, actually make that one. That would be SGMM and SG losing out together with Jarrell, still enduring those pain being brought to them by our Burmese Ghosts. MM will be left amidst our Burmese Ghosts. Minor just went past Master Itchy right here and would also go on with his life as would be, the sacrifice for our team, Silent Gods. But for Burmese Goals, they would want to go for that chase.
Goals is now going for the objectives, Aya. They're not gonna, engage anymore with the teams that is still lurking around. Again, it's very, very smart of them, especially now that I think they have less meds available. So it looks like they've already checked their, checked themselves if they can still manage the blue zone. PG will also have to get in now, while PG are not going to be against Sin. Currently down. Cool. Gonna go for the heal up. Monboy does have the high ground advantage. Ryman inside the ground. More than likely, Scott he won't revive anymore. Now, Monboy now a flanks coming from esports as he's now frag grenade. More than likely, it's gonna try to hit Renkid. Coca-Cola though will get taken down on the kill feed with the blue zone. Ooh, nice shot by Monboy. Able to see Dale as see him on the kill. It's gonna be YG versus 214 OM. Will die shortly. For Scotty, I believe so. There's still a chance for Scotty to be revived.
I think he can still be revived, but with the movement again, the circle in just a few seconds. Let's see if that would be a possible. It's not impossible, but we have your silent out of the next circle. But for PBMS, oh no, another challenger would be right in, which is ours in esports, and with Scatty being knocked down, Pretzel being knocked down, Monboy and Ryman to sustain the rest of our squad. For PBMS, Ryman going back a little bit, taking that step back together with Monboy, but with Ryman right in front of Sin Dale. Let's see what will happen. Is that nade? Will that damage Dale? Actually, that will not. So with Monboy being knocked down by Sin Rankin, we only have one final player for PBMS as GX goes out. Next to them would be our Playbook X Misfit International.
And still for Mets, the struggle continues. 16th spot right now for PBMS. On the kill feed, though, I think GX already got eliminated by IG. So that's it for them. Be Rangers now on the kill feed as well. As Ilyatka, together with the gang of Burmese Goals, will have to get set for them to be able to at least get to the bottom side of the zone. And you can now see here YG right at the entranceway of the bridge here on the left side. Now Snake Cloud will be pushed by 3 players as he's able to actually spot 3. Now only 2 players left for the side of 214. These goals got speed goes down. Snake Cloud just waiting for them to get in, but here comes the Molly now, and here comes the support from, and now Lion down to low HP. Mitchie will now try to cook up a nade. Oh, wow, nice throw of the nade now, and Lion takes over the upper ground of this building, and he tries to spray onto the others. But here comes Drone as he tries to push. No fear at all. Will be able to eliminate 214 esports and all of that frag grenade by Say Cloud.
Oh, that was on point right here. But here, let's see who will get the point. Will be Sin or won't be our next Vanguards, both contending for that top spot. Now eliminated will be our time to quick, and 3 knockdown players on the end of our next Vanguards. Actually, 2 knockdown players on their end, and that would be newborns as well being behind them. So they will be sandwiched in between 2 teams, and oh no! Next is Vanguard just was able to add 1 point. That is hurtful for our NX, as YG and BG are already being very explosive right now. Pinned down would be our NX.
And right now it's going to be right in the blue zone. Oh, able to spot Dale as Dale won't be surviving anymore. Wako will be the last member for Sin. A nade actually will eliminate him, and here comes Musa waking up in this matchup with 6 eliminations.
And with those 6 eliminations, 4 newborns, they're slowly but surely getting back on track. But speaking of 6, we have 6 teams inside of this game. YG, again, what a storyline! From 15 to 5, now at number 1. Wow! Again, just wow. So let's see how else would the other teams actually catch up to what Young Galacticos is doing right now. They're just 3 points away from getting that match point, and I believe they would actually be able to do that here in match number 9.
Right now, Young Galacticos will have to move out from that area. The circle has already shifted from them, but they will most likely just stay right at the bridge and leave all these other players or teams the bottom side of the left side bridge, while Burmese goals still left with 2 here. Unknown and Lilyatka will have to make a clutch here for their squad. Again, need only Burmese YG needs 10 points as they were able to get the knockdown there with a headshot. As this will be the chance for them now to make a push towards newborns. Lilyatka will now be going for the push here for goals. Yaiko together with the rest. Unknown. Looks like he's actually looking at a different area. He needs to help out his teammate. I'm not helping him out.
Let's see later on if what would be their answer when it comes to their game plan. But for our GG, the game plan is to just hide its rock formation in the middle of the water. So, yep, they are away from most of the battles, but they wouldn't also be able to get those points in. But for SG, speaking of points, they are actually on the verge of losing those points as they have one knockdown player on their end coming in from our RNG. Jarrell, too, will be spotted with that honey badger coming in from Jibna, making that weapon work right here. And with Lucy also following the footsteps again of his teammate coming in from that vehicle explosion, the rest of Silent Gods will have to be silent coming in from our Silent Gods. Or rather, coming in from our RNG.
And you know what? RNG has adjusted. Looks like they're hearing us, Aya. They are not split it up anymore.
Yes.
They're now together. And like what I said, this is where they get their firepower. If they're together, even though that they don't have the guns that they needed, Aya, look at Jibna. Jibna is using a honey badger. So if Rangers can continue with this type of game, then maybe we can see the original RNG, see them before when they were named the Harame Bro.
Definitely. So for RNG now, going back to how they did previously, let's see if that would be continuous. But as you're seeing it, 1-for-1 trade onto BG versus our RNG. Make that one more, I think. Nope. That will just be BG still crawling on his knees together with the rest of the gang. We only have a little Yatka to defend the rest of our Burmese goals as he also goes for that attempt onto reviving his teammate. Meanwhile, for YG, they, I think, already spotted those players of GG on that isolated rotation. But for RNG, as they revived Jim already, Jappy would go a bit forward to target his goals.
And now here comes Rangers. Rangers will now throw a frag grenade. Will it connect though? Almost connecting another bounce. It will connect as Burmese goals will get obliterated by RNG. And now here comes Sig and the They smell blood, Aya. They can smell the match point. RNG needs to get in the circle as well. They get through the bottom side of the bridge.
And as they're going for that rotation right there, JG Devon will now be started off by YG Mernut Boy. And by the looks of it, YG really has so much of that firepower. They're really eager to take those points. They have a good spot. They can easily intimidate everyone else around. So I think this is gearing toward for our Young Galacticos. And as the stats show here, actually they share a high percentage together with RNG, having also 4 players still left inside of the match. And they're also inside of safe zone, so probably that is one of the factors that they're considering right here. But for RNG, Jibna being taken down, that lessens their chance for that winner chicken dinner.
Okaya though, what is he doing over there, Aya? Unfortunately, he dies. And now for NB, they do have the circle advantage here. And it'll be an RNG YG battle right at the bridge. More than likely, they will trot out. Range, Nathan, and Jappy still left remaining here. Nathan now cooking up a nade. But will it go? Oh, will it connect? Oh, actually,
Mm,
it
a little bit.
can connect, but
One
needs a
more.
little bit more airtime.
Ooh.
As now say Cloud will back out, and he will now hide behind the boxes right on the side of the bridge. For RNG, they're just gonna the time right now to wait on. I mean, if they can manage to get a knockdown, then maybe they can go for a push. But if they go for a push, they need to also check out everyone else, because you can see Smile, I guess, right on top. And there we go. There's a frag grenade. They need to back out now. Japanese down to low HP. And here comes Smile. And again, if you're out to get up these rings or these bridges, you would need to ask the pro players.
Ooh.
Dayton is also getting bombed.
Oh no.
And now it's going to be just Rangers for RNG. Nathan is also getting seen from down below. This is the smarts, the IQ of Yangon Galacticos. What's just being shown right now.
Wow.
Rangers tries to escape, but unfortunately he cannot. So now it's gonna be a battle option now for YG, because they need to also get inside the circle.
Oh no, but we all know exactly our young Galacticos and how they handle the situation right here. Most definitely, they have high IQ plans as well when it comes to them moving inside of the circle. Look at newborns though. Whoa, spotting YG Romeo Boy coming in from NB Yahiko, but with that nick coming from Foxy, will that land onto YG Safe Cloud? But he also holds that same frag nade that will be thrown onto their end, and NB Foxy very much open from the side of our YG Master Smile. I don't think they will still even wait for the movement of the circle. They would want to finish this as soon as possible, while YG Say Cloud goes for that flag in order to get nearer to YG Romeo Boy as well, so that he can have a better angle onto our newborn. To the mids, that smoke, we have those bullets being thrown by NB Yahi for him to not go to Romeo Boy, as we are seeing right here. They would want to go for that push, and with that try coming in from Yahiko, that would not go possible because Say Cloud is already here, and he would actually go for that reset and revive onto Romeo Boy.
So this makes it still a 4v2. As now the nades coming from the side of NB. But they're all grouped up. This is going to be bad for NB. They're all grouped up. One frag grenade can eliminate them all together. As XZ11 down, Yahiko now will have the battle against 4 players of Yangon Galacticos. Now there is real. Smile right now comes in. Just drives by with the Coup RP. Gets the win for Yangon Galacticos. And now we can all say, Aya, that they got the match point. Also win chicken dinner here for match number 9. All they need to do now is to smash it. Match number 10, get another winner chicken dinner.
Definitely, Yangon Galacticos had been dominating so far in our Super Weekend, week number 2, day number 2. With all that happening, most definitely they would go past our match point. So what they need to do now is to get another chicken dinner, which is going to be in either match 10 or any of the matches after that. So for YG being the only, I believe, match point eligibles, I'm not 100% sure about that, but with them getting that match point, I guess they have, bigger chances of smashing this game in match number 10. But I think things would also change if we are going to have a break after this one. But for YG Romeo Boy, Smile, Say Cloud right here. Smile has 7 eliminations. We're not with 6. Say Cloud with 3, and none for Romeo Boy. Smile dealing so much of that damage onto our teams. He had been the MVP most likely, and he had been the key player of this match number 9.
And I talked about the big 3, Aya. Say Cloud, Smile, and Mernat. But before we even talk more about YG and the Smash rule, let's watch the highlights. We're done watching the highlights now. As you're now seeing match number 9 results. Oh, looks like Burmese Gold needed 2 more points. The Young Galacticos getting 20. They're the only team that is within the match point already. The only team that can win it all now on the next game with a winner dinner. 13 for both NB and RNG, and for Sin, and then the rest you can see there, and then you can see half now. Still, Aya, Nexus Vanguard.
Oh
Two games with
no.
0 point, and then now with match number 9, 1 point. This is just so bad for Nexus Vanguard. They had a lot of matches as gap here other teams, and now they're the ones chasing. As you're talking about now the match point, and like what YG now has the chance to smash it on game match number 10. And you can see that Burmese Goals cannot smash it yet because they needed 2 more points. Same goes to Nexus Vanguard and Sin. We're not yet so sure if we can, end the day for the next game. We're like a maximum of 8 games total for today. But for now, here are the top 4 teams rather matching.
We have YG, NB, RNG, and Sin, with all of them having a lot of eliminations, but most, of course, would go to YG with 16, NB with 7, RNG with 8, and Sin Esports with 9. These attempts from these teams to be
But for now, here are the top 4 teams rather matching.
We have YG, NB, RNG, and Sin, with all of them having a lot of eliminations, but most, of course, would go to YG with 16, NB with 7, RNG with 8, and Sin Esports with 9. These attempts from these teams to be aggressive, of course, would give them so much of that points. And speaking of points, we have here a head-to-head YG Say Cloud versus BG Yatka. 16 for Say Cloud, 17 for Yatka. A lot of damage, actually, just a 100-point difference between them. Assist with both 3 points for those teams and players right inside of the game. But speaking of game, the game is far from over, Kuku. We had just finished 3 matches for today, and we will probably finish this around 4 or even more. But it would have been much more exciting if BG already reached a match point, more chances of winning. But it all will just boil down to YG if they are going to get that smash point.
We would love to thank Techno. Right now, by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350, the Common 40 Premier 5G delivers seamless and efficient performance both everyday tasks and the gaming sessions. Plus, with the one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap.
Definitely. I also do hope that we are going to have a finish YG or 4 other teams once we move on to next games. But that has a very interesting match for all of us with that jump again. Go Young Galacticos. We can just say that YG is indeed a huge team to beat in this match. But here, experience unrivaled power with the pubgmobile X Shelby American Command legendary Shelby GZ507 Cobra with explosive attachments, stunning colorway, more available until July 6th, so don't you dare miss out.
Yeah, don't miss out. I haven't really gotten that, so just pray for me.
Yes, I will.
pubgmobile X is out, Titan transfers, Odium gear, and more await. So join the fight right now. The only way to live is to fight. So fight. So go for the price path and the lucky spins for you to get the new Titan sets for Attack on Titan. Anyways, Aya, we're gonna go on a break. Kuku TV and Aya will be right back for more PMCL action.
That Shelby is a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
And we are back now for the countdown to match number 10. We're back here in Punchers League Southeast Asia Summer. And this is Kuku TV together with Miss Aya Plays for the match number 10. YG getting two back-to-back winner chicken dinners in match 8 and 9. And they are now on match point. They only need a winner chicken dinner to win. And it's a big possibility that they can do that.
Yep.
Remember, Aya, from the previous matchup, they came from the Georgia Pool area. They came in the blue zone, came down towards the bridge, and they managed to get the win. That is how sometimes the impossible can be a possibility, and the Young Galacticos can do that. Let's now fly in towards match number 10, and we're going to be back here in Erangle. Yeah.
Once more, we are in the map of Erangle for Super Weekend week number 2, day number 2, as some of the final moments here in this week. We're not just sure if it's going to end in match number 10, match number 11, match number 12, and so on and so forth. But for now, let's focus on our plane path main from multi-power onto the western side. So this is a different one as compared to what we had earlier on, but sort of still comprises the similar areas. The northern sides are not that accessible as compared to our southern part, so it might be sort of a similar situation that we are going to have, just like match number 9.
And with this flight path, Aya, again, for Young Galacticos and 214, we need to be careful with engagement, especially that 214 and Young Galacticos might want to, borrow these around the areas of Gatka. And for the rest, like DQ, they're able now to their usual dropping spot, unless the circle will be the same as what we had earlier, just at the bottom side of the zone. And this can still be a possible circle at the bottom side, but 70% of the circle right now, Aya, is on the northern island, and entering Red area leaves so that 214 can maybe try to get a win in this matchup.
And I think we also had this circle yesterday, so the teams, the players are really familiar with this kind of circle. But again, let's see how else this would turn out for everybody else. For the damage proportion, we have our number 1 would be Young Galacticus, Stay Cloud with 3 plus, Murnat with 3180, YG Smile with 2810, and YG Romeo with 2078. So this is also the same thing that you've mentioned previously. Say Cloud, Murnat Boy, and Master Smile are the ones really with that damage coming in from our Young Galacticus. So Romeo Boy so far is providing, of course, a lot of those points as well, but not as much as those previous 3. But for YG, let's see if this will be the chance for them to again smash Super Weekend.
You know what? Regarding as this is the team we're in, he can provide those information and support. Unfortunately now NB looks like NB made an early rotation here from the northern side of Georgia Pool. First blood will be taken by 214 Esports. And again, for 214 Esports, Aya, this is not the one. If you remember their week number 1, the Super Weekend, and they get the tops. So they were able to get more of that league points. But in my opinion, 214 can do this. Just that in my feel that they're line one of those lineups that are fresh. I mean, a lot of compared to veterans. Like there's 3 rookies in lineup of 214 Esports. We have the likes of OM, Lion, and we also have Cram. And then for Kree and Mitchie, they're the veterans of the team, and they're kind of like guiding the rookies of 214 Esports. If they get this one done, as again the circle is right within their vicinity.
And with NX As we are seeing here, as we are seeing them right here, they are probably disheartened at this point because for the longest time yesterday they really held on to that number one spot, and of course once we enter day number two, we are expecting a lot of changes, but I personally did not expect NX to not add those points in. So quite of a disappointment probably for Cybernexus, but let's see if they would still be able to at least reach that match point and try again for a winner chicken dinner if our young Galacticus would not go for that one here in match number 10.
And for Sin, this is an early rotation for them. They're now at the edge of the inside of this circle. As for GX, they're able now to get the vehicles that they wanted. Looks like they're gonna try to loot up a little bit now more here at the area of Milta, where Sin Esports had looted up. And again, hovercrafts are now very important in this meta, especially if the circle will have some waters with it. Next is Vanguard. This team, Aya, very dominant yesterday. Today, not so much, as it's already been like 3 games, and they only added 1 point to their name.
So, I don't know what is exactly happening with the side of our Nexus Vanguards, and probably we won't even know. But, for the other teams, this is a perfect time to, best in order to go past our Nexus Vanguards, because if Nexus Vanguards wouldn't do so much in this match again, they could even surpass our Nexus Vanguard and probably be able to reach that match point. But for RNG, they're also doing their best. We've been seeing that for the past matches, and now they're on to our Sin Esports as they pass by their area. But those bullets would not catch anyone in our team Sin Esports. Quiet start, Cuckoo. For 6 minutes already, we just had 1 elimination. The rest are on a passive game mode.
They're very passive right now. Looks like they're just trying to keep even long. They know that YG can, put up to everything that is happening with that one winner they can do for this game. 2-1-4 now from God going down is already over here. Dale now will go for the gunshot. Looks like there's gonna be names gonna be cooked by Mitchie. OM. Dale and Wako. Ooh, and OM fire his shotgun, gunning down Dale. Another coming from Mitchie. The next target will go inside that house. Comes over with a spray of the M4, and Sin now will be left with only 2. Rotation did hurt a lot. Needful here for because there will be some gunshots coming from a different angle. That's gonna be Burmese goals, Liliatka. Again, Burmese goals only needs Aya in order to be able to get that match point. And if they're able to do so, they can go for the on the next game.
And now that we are focused on VG and 214, as 214 did so much of that damage, 2 will be taken down. Kree together with Woem, an unfortunate situation for our esports. As they were able to eliminate players from City Sports, they exactly that same thing, losing 2 more of their players right here. But another team is actually seen from above our 214, which is actually being targeted by our Burmese goals right here. And with the movement and with the reposition coming from Master Richie. Let's see what he will do. As 2-1-4 Lion is the final player for his team, so needs to be extra careful as GG would just right be above his spot. Now with the move girl, they don't need to move a lot, but for KHI, SG, Max, GX, NX, and Goa, that is a different story.
And you know what? Just when I said that this is 2-1-4 circle, all of a sudden, one by one they go down.
Yep.
So that's the only sad thing about 2-1-4. 2-1-4, they're not able to make the most advantage that they have. But look at this. And B now pushes towards Burmese goal as Itchy try to back out for a bit here. Nades are coming, exploding onto the roof. Now Itchy, this side now comes in as unknown, makes it a 2. Ooh, actually getting hit, coming from a different angle. I think so. Jappy will be taken out from courtesy of Paradise. He's Burmese goals. Itchy right now to lunge over the broken walls. But then again, they will have to back out here because their player is down to 1 HP left. By the way, they're already on match point. They already have 3 eliminations so far.
Oh, yeah.
So they can definitely go for that smash on the next game. But that is if we have a next game. And here comes Godspeed now. With the SLK dropping Foxy, dropping Yaiko down and out. And looks like they have the number of... newborns. Let's stay them here at this compound.
This is really a crucial spot. Those spaces in between these houses are not so much for those vehicles to move in. So with that cash, with that push, you really need to have things well calculated. I actually have a trauma in that spot, but here, let's see who will have that trauma inside of the game. Will it be PG or will it be our team Max as they take down one of the players or PG earlier on? Now they are going for that revenge onto our team Max. Max, you still knocked down. We want to go for that revive, but would not be able to get that one. 3v3 is our situation right here. Actually make that 3v2. Max RX versus the rest of our PG together with one more of the players of our team Max, and that was Junang receiving so much of the damage coming in from that frag grenade. Not only an almost knockout, but that will be a confirmation together with Lazy Boy being spotted from afar. Back him though will be on a different angle right there, and Max Trezzy has that chance onto reviving Max Corona. And with his joining of our RNG, will back him go for the bullets? Most likely not, but will he be seen? So that is a fortunate spot for him that he is now spared from further downfall.
Back him just far away. Now it's gonna be RNG and Team Max. The range will now throw a nade out, but it's gonna only explode right at the patio area. But right now, Jibna comes in. Another nade coming through. Nades are just being wasted right now by Rangers. Now there's gonna be mollies now coming in as well. But again, the damage are not taken by Max. But down to low HP. He's just trying to move up now. Trezzy now coming out. Oh, just try to go to the corners of the first floor. Now nades coming in as well from the side of Coronai. Oh no! Jibna goes down. Ranger now comes in as Range. Looks like he was able to get on top. And he's gonna just prone down now because Jibna is current out. And for the kill feed, unfortunately for Burmese, for getting killed on the kill feed, one so will be eliminated by the. Here comes the push onto Range, and they know. He knows that Range is on top. Range will be down to low HP. No backup, no follow-up for the side of Rangers. All because they're busy with reviving their teammate. now. We'll try to throw a nade. It's now going to be a 2v2. Rangers and Max still fighting for this very position. But I think this is a lost cause already, Aya. Look at this now. It shifted away still, though. The edge of the circle is still within the reach of Rangers, but there's going to be an
KHI.
incoming third party here, which is KHI.
Oh no, with KHI just around the corner, they all cannot overextend just like that. Max Vernai just came from that, but in an instant, he will also be secured by those set of bullets. And with a frag grenade coming in from RNG, Jibna eliminating the rest of our team. Max, GG, well played to our team RNG, but for our KHI, they also are delivering those bullets onto our RNG. Will the Rangers escape, or will our KHI actually catch them in the process of going out and bailing out from that situation? But as we're looking at it, I believe they're all prioritizing the safe zone right now with Time to Pick Gus being knocked down by one of our players, I believe, from SG. And now for RNG, Nathan moving a bit forward. He actually went past our PBMS. PBMS now still pinned down in the 16th spot. I hope they move a bit forward or a bit up our leaderboard for GX though. That will be GX Nero being knocked down, receiving so much of that damage coming in from our other team. Stage number 3 is already coming right up with still 13 teams and the 42 players remaining in the battlefield. And speaking of field, this is an open field wherein our young Galacticus are moving around. Are they making sure that there are no players, proning around this spot, or will they be able to take this circle?
Well, for YG, they would need to be careful now. The circle will have to shift, and there you go. It actually shifted all the way to where Rangers is at, and PBMS also has the circle as well at the eastern side. KHI, though, will be at the northern side. A lot of teams coming from the western side part of this circle, just outside, and they will need to get in also as well. So let's see if they can manage. Same goes to YG Aya, since again they have the match point already, as they still need to get a winner chicken dinner. And looks like YG now will try to rotate. And you can see actually that Smile and another player from YG is kind of stuck at the moment here. They're waiting for Sin to make a move.
And with the movement coming in from Sin, let's see if that will actually deal them so much of that damage. But for Goa right here, just being in the middle with that final bullet connecting onto GG, Shroud will be taken in the middle. But for SG also rotating and taking a portion of that next safe zone, will they actually be safe as they gatekeep the rest of the teams who would want to join that circle? I'm seeing they are Time to Quick together with Burmese Goal, so they could also receive so much of that pressure from those teams coming from outside.
And Miner will now set up a smoke right at the western side. Here comes YG. And they're currently stuck. And I understand. Look at the mini map right now. There's like 1, 2 teams that they need to battle against with. And I believe so 4 now, or 3 maybe, because PTQ is now coming in. And also there's Sin, and there's also Burmese Skulls. Now they knock down Unknown for Burmese Skulls. Young and Galacticos. Oh, unfortunately, Smile goes down now for YG. All of a sudden, they're having a pretty hard time now on getting through this circle, as they're now going for the revive onto Smile. Now Mernat tries to hide behind that house for now. Sin, Cool actually will go down. Burmese goals. Unknown goes down as well. Romeo will go down as Smile. And Romeo will get confirmed. All of a sudden, YG will be eliminated.
No smash rule for now here in match number 10. So that would probably give so much of that boost for our Burmese goals, because now they have that chance later on for match number 11. For BG Master Ichi though, he will be spotted and he will be knocked down. And a Superboy also will be spotted by our GX. Sinco will die down from that play zone. And with the movement coming from Nexus Vanguards, they're aiming for that match point, but let's see if they are going to be able to do so later on. But with the snake win from Super Loki onto our SG, will that land onto Jarrell? Will that take him down? Nope, just probably a little bit of sketch will be dealt onto him. But for Sunny Sports, they are now eliminated too with 2 eliminations.
And right now, for Loki, Nexus Vanguard, looks like they already got one elimination here. But then again, Superboy will be confirmed by Coca-Cola. Joji will also get taken down by Gerald, as Joji will be confirmed by Isay from GX. So again, those knockdowns not taken by the one originally who was able to take him down. Backing him now takes down WTZ. All of a sudden now for Nexus Vanguard, they're all left with one. And now what's left for Nexus Vanguard, they're just not playing the same as they played yesterday.
So that is quite different right now. But a few more seconds before this closes in. Look at those scattered players below. Probably they're having a bit of that struggle right now on how to enter that next safe zone, given that that is quite an open field, given that they have a lot of eyes waiting for them to move around that map and to expose themselves. For time to pick, they are also waiting for those other players, just like our silent gods, and they're also actually being waited on by the others, just like our Goa right here. Burmese Ghost will be their target later on. SG is also spotted by Yannick Super Loki, and that will be a confirmation coming in from their end. Going at Picquiao will be taken by RNG Jib. Now, we have a lot of battles going on, but we still have 11 teams and 27 players remaining.
A lot of teams left remaining here. Miner will be taken out by Super Loki. Still, Nexus Vanguard is able to add to their points so that they can at least be at that match point. As for Burmese goals, they already have 9, so they're making that one final push here to get that match point and maybe smash it on the next game. Maybe try to steal it away from Yangon Galacticos. For now, for GOA, they're left still with 3 players. For TTQ, they're left with 3 players as well. They're at the edge right now, fighting against Silent Gods. Now MM able to spot one, able to drop into low HP. Liquid will now be hiding behind the Murado, and now it's gonna be gunshot versus gunshot with EM4, and Liquid will be the ones to win that. And now here comes GX to the side of RNG. The nades are coming in. Oh, nice! Jibna gets that frag grenade out to Coca-Cola. They eliminate Generation X.
Oh no, for our GX now, they will be pinned down onto that 5th spot with only 2 eliminations at time. But for the others, just like our RNG, they're slowly climbing their way up with several points right here. 6 kills in their bags. Before PBMS still facing it with our BG, and other team would be GG just below them. I just got confused because both are yellow tags. But with that take coming from PBMS Mon Boy, BG, Godspeed, and the rest of the team will be eliminated. But they also climbed up so much now. 84 points in that bag. They can be eligible for that smash roll for next game. But for NX, will they be able to? I think that would not be so possible in this game.
Well, we're not yet so sure. Aya, as a circle now, still located right around the area of Rangers. As Nexus Vanguard Super Loki throws out a nade. And they'll be fully aware now. They will try to hide behind now of these vehicles, as Super Loki not able to connect with those frag grenades. Zuki throwing out their frag grenade of his own. But TTQ is very quick with their movements. And that's why they're not getting needed by Super Loki. And now Super Loki just hiding behind that big bush. As still, TTQ is just throwing out these nades and they're just wasting now with a knockdown. Able to drop Liquid right away, but then there is maybe to finish the job onto Nexus Vanguard, and still Aya. Nexus Vanguard able to make points, but not enough to make it a match point.
Oh no, that might be another heartbreak for the side of our Nexus. But at this point, most likely they're hoping that no one smashes at 11 so that they can have another chance. But for the 6 teams remaining here, these are the middle to the bottom part of our leaderboard. So I think at this point, all they need to do and all they want to do is rake in so much of those points so that they wouldn't be pinned onto a lower spot. But because in stage number 6, they cannot stay outside of the blue zone, that would hurt so much, and that would cost them not only their life but as well all of their utilities that they will be using. PBMS Gaddy will be seen by our GG, and with PBMS pushing on to Goa with all of us nades being thrown onto them, knockdowns exchange left and right, and the final bullet will go to our PBMS coming in from our Guardians of Angels, guarding their compound and trying to protect themselves.
And on the kill feed right now, KHI still damage or deals a lot of damage onto GG now. Able to eliminate Boy Sean off from the kill feed, and that's only going to be one left for GG Esports. And Gypna right now is cooking a frag grenade to the side of GOA. There you go, the splash damage. And also the knockdown onto Rex. Another frag grenade from Gypna as GOA now hides behind this house. Looks like Gypna realizes that, so he cancels out this frag grenade. Junior. Ooh, look at this. So this one now. A crash by Kaya. Knocks down one, eliminates one, and there you go. With a 1v3 situation, Gypna will eliminate him anyways. And now we're left with 3, KHI, Rangers, and TTQ. Can they still make additional points here for Rangers? They're the next one to probably get closer to that match point. So far, when it comes to numbers, it's still KHI's advantage.
And with KHI, you know, they were quiet so far in this day number 2, but this might be the redemption period, and they might, of course, get that winner chicken dinner, having the advantage of the circle, having 4 players still strong inside of the match. So let's see how else would RNG and Time to Quick respond to the bullets of our KHI.
Right now, KHI blanks now, not able to go for the hits onto TTQ. Maybe Inzuki has not much of any choice once this circle gets away from them. They'll be out in an open area. They don't have any vehicles anymore. Those vehicles are already blown out. The tires are already blown out. And one vehicle is already exploded. Now the circle goes to KHI. It's going to be a PH win, more than likely. But if Rangers can try to make a clutch against KHI, then maybe they can try to do that. But still, I would say that KHI would have this advantage for now, as they have 4 men and they have the circle advantage.
Yup, they have the best of both worlds at this point, and all they need to do is actually gatekeep those teams who would want to join their circle. I really would call it the KHI circle right now, because nobody else is inside of that zone. And with the spread that they have, they could definitely give that advantage, rather give that information onto each other, and that is their biggest advantage rather in this kind of spread, because they could access the team from the other side, and the farthest player could get go with his nade, exploding right into the would not connect on the KHI, but 4 times that would be split here, being eliminated in front.
Now KHI still putting the pressure on to TTQ. And Zuki now goes for the healing game, but this is not going to be effective anymore in this type of matchup. Oh, he's able to get Gypna down. Oh, will he be able to get the elimination? No, yes. Yeah, no. Actually, Gypna will be revived by Nathan. A clutch revive here, but then here comes KHI now. Claire is now coming in. They smell blood. Blanks also comes in. But here comes Nathan. They damage Claire. But here comes Blanks. Blanks now will have to tag them over, but again, the nade will finish off Rangers. KHI Esports gets the winner chicken dinner here in match number 10. No smash yet for today.
No smash yet, but KHI smashed their way through match number 10 by getting that winner chicken dinner. So kudos to our KHI for winning this battle right here in match number 10. We still have a long way to go, probably a long day, and longer than last week's Super Weekend, because we ended quite early during that moment. But now that we are already finished with our match number 10, that means the earliest that we are going to have that smash roll is going to be on match 11. The question is, who will take that one?
Well, it's probably going to be either one of the Myanmar teams because they now are in the match point. So, I mean, that's the mindset. I like in this match rule that we have. Once you're in the match point, it's either you win first or you let the others take the match point, and then eventually try to win it all in the next match after. This is kind of like what TPMS did in week number 1, but let's see. We'll find out as we watch first the highlights for match number 10.
And with those highlights in match number 10, we have here the points that those had been translated. Over KHI with 16, we have RNG with 15. Actually, for RNG, they've been consistent for the past 2 games since match 9 and match number 10, with a lot of eliminations, as well as BG with 9 eliminations, giving them 10 points. Time to Quick with 9. We have here the rest of the team on the second page. PG with 4, 214 with 3, GX with 2, Sin with 2, YG with 2, together with Max. And for SD, they have 1. And unfortunately, for newborns, they're also not doing that good with 0 points in.
Well, Aya, this means that YG and BG will still have the opportunity to go for the smash on match number 11. And match number 11, not so sure which map will it be because this is the first time that we're going to have a match number 11 for the Super Weekend. So it might be another Erangle, it might be a brand new map, which is Miramar. But looking at the situation here, still, I'm just in awe right now because Nexus Vanguard cannot even reach the match point in 4 games.
Yep.
That's the beauty of the Smash rule right now, guys. And you can now see the top 4 teams. KHI, Rangers, Burmese Goals, and TTQ. They have 6, 9, 9, and 4 eliminations. And again, Maya, if they have done this one before, they don't really do a lot of those splits, then maybe we can see them in the upper tier of the rankings earlier than right now, which is probably way too late. But the MVP for match 10 is going to be Migs of KHI Esports with 3 elims, 392 damage, 106 damage taken, 27% team contribution, and with 25-15 survival time.
And this is the first time that Migs appears here in the Super Weekend, week number 2, and I believe the entirety of our week number. So kudos to Migs, of course, together with the rest of our KHI for being the MVP and getting that winner chicken. And as we have a recap here right on the screen, Sandhook map was taken by Team Max. The first Erangle was taken by YG, and that's actually a back-to-back onto match number 9. But unfortunately for them, they're not able to get the next 2, able to smash their way here in the Super Weekend. So that was actually our KHI taking that one. And moving on to a different page right here, we have 4 maps in line. So that would be actually in the map of Mar. So we went back. We went back right here. So that was our Erangle map taken by KHI onto match number 10. And the next one will be in the map of Miramar. So this is now the time to know if we all have a smashing team in the next game. But for now, we are going to go for a very short break, and we are going to see you in a bit.
And we are back now for the countdown for match number 11. Again, this is Kuku TV and Aya for your casters. And we're going to be landing our airplane here in Miramar. And we're going to probably see now who might be the winners for this matchup. Or who might smash, rather, for this matchup. Because we now have two teams. Burmese Goals and Yangon Galacticos, two teams from Myanmar, who has the chance right now to go for the smash, as they're now able to get their match point. Still, Nexus Vanguard not still able to get their match point, but maybe this time around they can add a little bit more points so that they can probably do it in match number 12. But again, the match or the Super Weekend might end in match number 11 as we now fly to Miramar.
This is our first Miramar map for today, the Super Weekend, and might be the, who knows. As we fly in this game, we have, of course, brought to you still by Techno together with pubgmobile here in the PMCL Southeast number 2025, playing past me from the north side onto the eastern side of our map. And as they all drop here, KHI would go for that early drop to get a win time quick. Dropping right now too is our Young Galacticus, SG, and so on and so forth. So the least accessible, of course, Minas del Sur, Prison, Valle del Mar, Miss del Mar, and even Chumacera, which we always have their GG and GX. So now we want to know, where would the first circle go?
Yeah, Aya, where will the circle go this time around? We do know that YG will go to El Pozo. Burmese Goals, I believe so. They land right around the bottom side of them. Oh no, it's actually it's in San Martin, rather. This is where they drop in Miramar. So it's very close. Both teams, San Martin and El Pozo. Now Rangers will drop right around Picado. Ooh, look at this circle now, centering right around the Picado and Power Grid area. Circle is within the reach of YG. They can probably go for those high ground advantage up on the hills or the mountains right on the eastern side of Los Leones. As for Burmese Goals, they can probably go for those hills right below them at San Martin. Now, again, let's talk about what is at stake here. In this match, two teams can now make it a smash, because YG already had passed their match point together with Burmese Goals. So let's see if they can go for that winner chicken dinner to end this Super Weekend. But for now, look at what Nexus Vanguard is doing. They're playing this game right now, not the same as what they did yesterday.
Yup. And it is, again, quite different. So not quite, really different than what we've seen yesterday. Nexus Vanguards did a really good job, but now their performance is just very underwhelming. But as they push on to SG Jarrell here, this will be a 1v2 situation with a frag grenade. Oh, not landing, not damaging even a bit onto SG Jarrell as they go inside. This day already know where he is at. Actually, he is outside, just waiting for that movement coming in from it.
Oh, nice.
That will be King easy, knocking him down and securing that kill with that DBS, and that will be our first blood right here. And as the rest of our Silent Gods will be just around the corner, this will be two teams battling it out again very early in the game.
And Nexus Vanguard only needs 2 more points in order to reach match point. And you can see now the elimination proportion for Burmese Goals. Liliatka still leading with 18 elimination points. Burmese Goals, again, they drop right around San Martin. They can easily rotate right at the bottom side of San Martin, but they also need to take care of themselves, because just right nearby is Power Grid, where you can see that there's another team at that very area. And for Nexus Vanguard, they're not really going for big cities. They're just looting around jungle areas here in Miramar, which is kind of very unorthodox, to say the least. This is not, again, the Nexus Vanguard that we know. We know Nexus Vanguard drops at Monte Nuevo And now that Austria Esports is not playing, they can, not go for those hot drops anymore. So for Nexus Vanguard, they will now try against the Silent Gods. As Lucy, though, will be able to drop King WTZ. It looks like Miner will go for the push now. They do have the vehicles for them to be able to get closer to their enemies. Miner now sets up the tone, but he actually will be able to drop. No, it's Lucy. Will be able to drop Joji. And now another player still right over here, going for that revive. Now Miner throws out a stun grenade, blinding the players of Nexus Vanguard. But here comes Silent Gods as they eliminate Nexus Vanguard, still not able to reach match point.
That would be so painful, Coco, for Nexus Vanguards. For 5 matches in a row, they tried their best to reach that match point. And mind you, again, for everyone's information, that is just 10 points ahead of what they had when they ended day number 1. So this this really would hurt them right now, and I'm not sure what their emotions might be, but most definitely that is not a good one because they were hoping to get that match. We're also hoping that this will not be the time for YG and BG to go for that smash. But for YG, as we've talked about them, again, I am impressed by how they really managed to climb their way up the leaderboards and now sitting and holding on to that number 1 spot, having the most points, also having that chance to go for that smash roll. And the same goes for actually having 85 points right here, but as BG struggles to that truck above, they have RNG Jappy just below their spot.
Well, Jappy can just, easily move there while the struggle of Burmese goals trying to get up. He can just easily spray down on them, but he opted not to, and will just try to conceal himself for now. And for Burmese goals, they will have this high ground advantage right over here, right on top of Picado. Same goes to Lilyatka, who is now trying to get up these mountains. So currently, so far, Rangers and Burmese goals just right beside each other. Nothing much happening here in this first stage of this matchup, Aya. But I am lag right now. You can go ahead, Aya.
Now we have here, of course, time to quick. Still moving around the map, just going and heading on to a safe spot, of course, once that circle moves again. So 7 minutes in the match. We just lost Nexus Vanguards, but the rest are still up and alive, and we're not hearing much from everyone else. But now I think this is going to be another chance. It's time to quick. Runs into our silent just came from that elimination onto our Nexus Vanguard. They have that momentum before time to quick. They have those utilities and they have enough bullets and everything else to face our silent god. So with Miner onto that split, let's see if he will be able to flank and we'll be able to see Zuki in the process as we have Rizuki onto that western side of our screen. And for time to quick, maybe he is just on this rooftop trying to scout where are the other players of our silent gods. Mm-hmm. Definitely. But here, speaking of taking, we have here several teams taking that next circling around San Martin. But with our GXin taking down our NBX11, that will be a confirmation right away. But with the movement in circle, they would actually be left outside, and that blue zone might damage them bit by bit. But for SG, they're chasing after YG right here as YG say Cloud flies his vehicle. We have here 3 players in front of him which is our silent gods. And for YG Master Smile providing that cover, will they be able to take down the rest of our silent gods, or will our Gang Galacticus go down one by one? Oh no, I think this is not a good day for our 214 esports now being pinned down onto that 12th spot. But as YG lost one of their players right here, they just moved on with their lives and proceeded to find a good spot inside of the circle. Same goes for our Burmese Girls as they are still a full squad right here. Looking good for our BG. They are the circle. They still have a full squad and might be having higher chances of getting that chicken dinner, which means they could smash that smash rule. And being inside of the next circle, I think this is sort of kind of gearing towards our BG right now. But for YG, of course, they still have that chance, but it all will just do. How will they get inside the circle? Very well. But for our PBMS, this is them battling it out with our GX as they push forward.
And then now they push forward. PBMS, GX. Ooh, just straight knocks all over the place. Now 3 players down for PBMS. Scotty will be the last guy for PBMS as he's now spotted by Isay. Now the nades will be coming through. Isay now will have that DBS to the face of Scotty as the struggle continues for PBMS. GX now will get additional points that they needed in order to reach that match point.
Oh, now inch by inch getting closer, point by point is our Generation X. But for YG, they're being very passive right now, which is the most real and logical thing to do because the only thing they need is that chicken dinner. They don't need enough points. They don't need more points. But for Goa, they are facing it with our Sin Esports and actually our GX as well. And with one more elimination, Goa Ngapik secures that one with 8 defeats already. So for Generation X, they are indeed on fire in match number 11.
Right now for GX, they have 8 eliminations so far. They can add more Aya. And if they can actually reach the match point in this matchup, then maybe they can try to do it on the next game and win. Again, the momentum now will be on the side for them. Oh, and NB now. Yaiko will get eliminated by Silent God. As now Rangers will run past this area as well. Same goes to TTQ, who is just right above Luzi right now. Rangers focused on the buildings right inside San Martin. As for YG, they're still right at the edge of the circle. Still can manage. They have 3 players left remaining. And again, for YG, this is the YG that we know. They can still put that firepower in, even though they're not fully completed here in their squad. But for now, Jappy hasn't moved again, still just proning down, not giving up any information onto Itchy of Burmese goals. And this is why he's split it up already from his teammates who is already in San Martin.
And with PG now moving forward again, he is in front of our full squad of our Generation X. PG Backham will be knocked down, and Asias pushes forward. Will he go for that fragment? I think he will onto Lazy Boy, but Lazy Boy will not be damaged. But with one more backup, which is Juneng right here, this will be a 2v4 situation right here. And GX Coca-Cola will be spotted, will be knocked down. GX, heavily damage at the same time. GX Shin holding that Molly right here, but Coca-Cola will be confirmed. Backham will also be by that blue zone with this push coming from that Molly. Lazy Boy will be knocked down coming in from that DBS and will be a confirmation as well. But for Juneng, he will be knocked down. PD Honda, the final player right here, and that will be again another elimination coming in from GX. But wait, there's more, says Zen Esports as they join this engagement. This is going to be so tough for GX as they are not yet ready for another battle. They are still far from going for that reset. This will only be Nero right here versus everyone else for Zen Esports going for that nade, and that will be him being ended by the blue zone together with that frag nade coming in from Dave.
Well, it's not enough. It's not yet enough for Generation X for them to get that match point, Aya. Because if you try to do the math, it is still less than 77. Circle now shifted onto the side of KHI and TTQ. Now YG can still manage to get in here. Just gonna try to look for a place that they can actually hold on to and be safe all at the same time. While I think KHI will be able to stay just down on that ground. And at the same time, for Smile and the rest of YG, they will be able to split up themselves on a 2-1. Smile and Mernat, the dynamic duo together. And then Romeo will be on the other side, which is a much open area. So he would need to put up his vehicle or probably set up additional smokes in order for him to be covered. As for Team Max, with 56 points, not yet near that match point. They need to be more aggressive. They need additional elimination points in order for them to reach that match point. Burmese goals, Aya, still alive right at the bottom side. So it's going to be very close here, Aya, because you can see Burmese goals and you can see it's like Burmese goals is the one who's gonna fire at Yagun Galacticos, and that is a knockdown onto Murat Boy. Nice spray by Yatka. But they cannot really go for those thirst, all because of that range that they have right now against YG.
But what a plot twist, because you're, of course, waiting for either of the teams to get a winner chicken dinner, but they eventually face each other, and with that knockdown onto YG, they can still have that time to go for that reset. And now that they are up, still 3 players left for our young Galacticos with 2 eliminations in the bag, and the same goes for BG, still up and alive, the full squad with 1 kill on their name. But for BG, they're just right inside of the circle, and the same goes for our GG, who is just across that area, and one more team, which is, I believe, our team Max, just within this vicinity. So most of them are going for that edge strategy, going for those places on the outskirts of the circle so that they would not be caught in between several teams. So for GG, not going for that push, just staying steadily in this area.
And right now, let's see now for Max, right at the edge of the western side, the blue zone. We'll now close it up. We're now going to go to the next stage. Stage number 5 will be the next stage. And look at that. Goes to the area of YG, TTQ, and KHI. But looking at this situation, I would say that BG has a very good position. All they need to do is stop GG for that push right at the bottom side of the zone.
Let's see if they will actually be able to do that right here, as everyone else is quite quiet. Just like our KTI after getting that winner chicken dinner earlier. Now they don't have any points. They're just making sure that they survive and they stay alive as a full squad. As they go on to those bullets, no damage, rather damage a bit will be dealt onto Max, but not enough for them to be taken down. Before and as our KHI is concerned, they are inside of the circle, so they are not required to move. But for Team Max. They are moving and actually running into our KHI, but will KHI defend themselves very, very well? We have one knockdown onto Max Direct, heavily damaged players to the rest of our Max. That would be Max Trezzy, also receiving so much of that damage coming in from the bullets of our KHI. Will they survive? We're not quite sure about that. Max U2 is just a few bullets away from being knocked down, and now they need to go for that revive as soon as possible, because if not, they would be spotted by our KHI. But it is also unfortunate for KHI that they cannot go for that push, as they have players above them who could see their spot in an instant.
Oh, and looks like Nathan is currently down, as GOA now is making a push towards this 5-story building. Looks like they will manage, though, to go for the revive, because they have that height advantage, and they set up also the molly in order for them to be able to get that time to go for those resets. Now here comes Rex. Here comes their push against Jibna. Down on low HP is the other one, and there you go. That's it for Rangers, as they were pushed by GOA. KS4 who now will need to drive from Rex, and now we're left with only 9 teams remaining. But still, you can see that YG and BG is alive. There's still a big possibility that they can smash this tournament, or this super weekend. All they need is a winner chicken dinner. And so far, they're able to sustain with 4 members here with BG, and also with 3 members still with YG.
Yep, and by the looks of it, a lot of chances will go to YG and BG, but the same goes for K Tyson, SG Max, and everyone else here inside of the game, because it's coming right up with 30 more seconds. It's in esports, it's in front of our Burmese goal. Could challenge them, right? Pressure them so much out of this area.
And you can see now, Aya, Burmese goals now will have to defend. They're kind of sandwiched right now, Aya. They're sandwiched in between GG and Sin. But let's see how will Sin do this, because they have the low ground disadvantage. So let's see if they can actually manage to go on top and maybe try to fight against Burmese goals.
So let's see. Let's look forward to that happening right here. A lot of them are quite quiet, and we're already 21 minutes into the game. Stage number 6 is right here. Sin Dale going for that nade onto BG, just damaging them a bit, but wouldn't be enough for them to be taken down. But this will be a second attempt into doing so. Will that land perfectly? Nope, that wouldn't. Again, before Sin ran his bullet, that's onto our Burmese goals. BG prioritizes going out of the situation, moving around the map in order for them to be far from those battles, because again, their only goal is to get that winner chicken dinner, and they can do that if they are not going to be caught in between skirmishes inside of this game. Quite early, as Liliatka will be caught between 2 players for GG, and that will be him being GG'd of the match.
Well, this is so sad for Liliatka. He's left alone in that small bunker. And now for Sin, they heard those gunshots, so now they will have full advantage of the information. Now they can go for the third parties, as Romeo will be able to knock down one of the players of BG. Still, YG is left remaining, but the struggle continues now. On to Burmese goals, as Itchy is now going to try to heal up himself. And now Unknown will get a revive, but for how long? Because GG is maybe planning on making a push here. But in my opinion, no push is needed, Aya, because you can see that the circle is not within the reach of Burmese goals. It is actually within GG and Sin.
So that means, we really have that higher chances of getting that chicken dinner in between our Sun Esports and even our GG. But for Burmese goals, they could be pinned down, and they could even be sandwiched in between those 2 teams. So not a good situation for our BG, but let's see how well they would handle the situation and what are the adjustments that they can make given this situation.
And right now, while nothing is happening, I'll do some little bit of math here, Aya. Sin now needs a total amount of 11 points, Aya, in order for them to be able to get that match point. So if you do the math here, that's 66 already for Sin. Yeah, so that's 11 points needed by Sin Esports. So they're very, very close now. Same goes to KHI. They need only 9 more points for them to be able to get that match point. So it's just a matter of time until we know that,
Mm-hmm.
because it's just now stage number 6. So we're now moving into stage number 7, which is going to be the second to the last circle of this matchup. For YG, they just, camped right around this area. Nothing much of any output coming from YG. And for Sin, they do have this southeastern side of this circle, as now stage number 7 is incoming. But then again, here comes the push now, I think, from Sin. The circle actually shifted away from Sin Esports Aya.
Ooh. And with that shifting away from Sin, they need to get inside and they need to gatekeep everyone else. But first, I think they're focused and target locked onto our Burmese goals. But the same goes for BG as they are now headed towards our GG with a few more nades landing on the Maserati. The second one would deal him that knockout for BG unknown because that happened. Now they are not focused onto GG, but rather our Sin Esports Maserati almost got confirmed right here. Sin Ranked has half of its HP lost. And with GG now joining in, going for that cash, knocking them down. But with Shroud also being heavily damaged right here, BG unknown and now tries to survive despite him being the lone ranger right here. GG Shroud will be taken with that Scar L, but we have nothing for BG unknown to heal himself, and he will just opt to run and try to run for his life. For KHI with that crash onto our Young Galacticus, another set of battle is emerging from this area.
Yeah, another battle happening. Ooh, the nade actually will knock down one from KHI, but eventually Burmese Gold will now be eliminated. No smash for them for now. As for YG, Romeo trying his best to survive for the team of YG. He's the last remaining player for Burmese Gold, for Young Galacticos, and now he knocks down Blanks. And now only one player left remaining from KHI. And then he was eliminated by KHI. But then for KHI, Aya, they're now left with only one player left standing. One player still down. But looks like they're going to go for the confirmation with Claire as GG now gets closer to KHI Esports.
The top 4 teams are now out of the game, and next to them would be our Guardians of Angels, which means we still have 3 page teams right here, 2 Cambodia and 1 from Myanmar, which is our time to quick. But speaking of time to quick, we have our Gus being knocked down. KHI Mig still fighting for his life despite being the only player right here going for those nades onto our GG. Devon here heavily damaged. One more nade will be thrown by KHI, but Max Renai spots Kaya in the process and will be taken by those bullets. Mix, will he go for that molly? I don't think he will for now. He will reserve that for later on as Zenkul spots Zuki and will take him at the same time. So this will only be time to pick maybe right here in front of us in esports, but that is just a very painful P90 right here with 2 players or in esports chasing after time to quick. Maybe will he be eliminated? Yes, will be the answer, and that is also KHI being spotted for the final moment.
And wow, look at Sin's output for this matchup. 9 eliminations so far. That gives them the opportunity now to be closer to the match point. All they need to do now is get a win to make sure that they are in that match point. But look at that explosion. After explosion, GG will now be exploded away back to the lobby as Team Max was able to sustain that push coming from GG. But then again, we're left with only 3. SG, Team Max, and Sin. And you can see that Sin has the best positioning so far. And if you look at Lucy Aya, this is going to be bad for him because he would need to most likely climb up the mountains in order for him to survive.
Yup, and that would require so much of that effort. And at the same time, of course, a lot of things needs to be considered for Saturn Silent God. So, from Lucy, I think this will be also his final moments in this game. But between Sin Esports and our sport, I think they sort of both have similar chances of getting that winner-winner chicken dinner. probably just a bit more force out of Sin because of the spread that they have here, and that they are not actually going to be pinned down to a just like what the Team Max is having right now. They are gonna come from that area as one. So now with SG losing, right? Let's see if he can actually bring a bit of that trouble onto Team Max.
More than likely he will, because he would need to get up, and the only way up would most likely be right at the side where Team Max is at. But now the focus is on Team Max. Now the nades are coming through. Oh, look at that, Ian. Just exploding the ground of Miramar. Now the blue zone is now closing in. This is the final stage. 2 minutes of fight here by Sin, Max, and SG. Oh, look at that. Rampkid able to drop one. You will also be dropped. And now it's just going to be Coronai for Team Max, who's just throwing out nades. But it's just random. Some splash damage made there onto the two players of Sin. But then again, Waku will be able to spot the last guy, which is Coronai. But Rampkid will be the one to finish as they eliminate Team Max. And they're left with only one player that they need to eliminate, which is Lucy. Can he go for the third party? No, I think he cannot. All because of that P90 that was put on to Lucy, and that is it. Winner chicken dinner for Sin, which only means Aya that they are now in match point as well.
Ooh, now another contender to smash Rule Taker in the next game. But for now, let's give the props and the credits to Sports after getting that winner chicken dinner in match number 11. So they were also able to take a lot of formations in, and this will most likely give them much of that, space and advantage later on once we reach match number 12, because they have that momentum rolling coming in from this chicken dinner in match number 11. So kudos again to Dale, Cool, Rankid, and for taking that win.
The Sinners are back, in my opinion. The Sinners is now back on track. And I'm not sure if they're fully aware of this, but again, they are now in match point, and all they need to do now is do a back-to-back winner chicken dinner, which is really hard to do. And now, Aya, let's take a look at the stats here by the winner chicken dinner team. Sin, Rankid getting 5, Cool with 6, 1 for Wako and Dale. And again, the formula is here, Aya. If Cool and Rankid can do the job for Sin Esports, it's always going to be a win for them.
A win for them right here. And with the points that they have, really a lot right here, 13. So again, good to Sin for managing as well to change the storyline in week number 2 and consider in our Super Weekend. But before that, let's check our highlights in match number 11.
And we're done with match number 11. Looks like we're going to have another match, Aya. Winner chicken dinner by Sin, 23 points by them. SG getting 12, 12 for GX, TTQ with 11, Team Max with 10, 6 for GG, KHI with 5, and YG with 4. Again, YG and DG not enjoying this day today. Same goes to Nexus Vanguard, Aya. Nexus Vanguard looks like they have lost their juice, their secret juice, which
Mm-hmm.
they had yesterday, and then today they're kind of like Space Jam Monstars. They
Mm-hmm.
lose all of their powers. So look at them here. 1 point only for Nexus Vanguard, and then for BG only 2 points. This is gonna be interesting now for the overall rankings, Aya, because like what I just mentioned, Sin now will be included in those teams that can do a smash. All they need to do is just get a winner chicken dinner. It's them, Burmese Goals, and Yangon Galacticos. So that's how close we are right now here in Super Weekend week number 2.
Mm-hmm. Now with those teams getting that chance onto our smash room, let's now check their overall points. We have 199, BG with 87, and Sin with 86. Unfortunately, though, for NX, still after those matches, not eligible, not getting match point. So the same goes for KHI and the rest of the team. So they're probably the ones right now wishing that neither of the teams previously mentioned will get that winner chicken dinner. But now that we have more teams, that means we have more chances of actually going into that smash rule. But we're still not sure because again, a lot could still happen onto our next match, and that will again be in the map of Miramar.
But let's talk about now other teams that can try to smash if YGBG and Sin cannot do a smash on match 12. While we see now the top 4 teams here in this matchup, let's go back to the topic here, Aya.
Mm-hmm.
Nexus Vanguard, KHI, GX, Silent Gods, Team Max, Rangers,
Uh-huh.
and we can probably add newborns to it. They can try to go for match point on match 12, and they can try to go for smash on match 13.
Yep.
That is if Burmese Goals, Yangon Galacticos, and Sin Esports cannot make it a smash for the next match.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is one of the possibilities right here. But let's see. Again, I don't have any more predictions. That's what could happen because we've seen different things go on here in our Super Weekend week number 2, day number 10. One more different thing that we had for today is the comeback of Sin Cool being the MVP of this match, having 6 eliminations, dealt 909 damage, and only 151 damage received, and 34% contribution. So with the distribution of the bullets right here, not much on the head, but mostly onto the torso and to the lower extremities. But that is still something right here because he gathered 6 eliminations for the team, and that is very crucial into our Sin Esports getting that winner chicken dinner.
And like what I did said when we showed the stats of the team who won the chicken dinner match 11, the secret formula for Sin is for them to be able to tap that potential of Cool. And after Cool is able to show up, they also need to tap Rankid's potential.
Mm-hmm.
If they're able to do that, again, they're going to be successful, they're going to be winning, and that's what we're seeing so far here in match number 11. If they can do this one more time and win in match number 12, like what we are always saying, then they can smash it and end this day today and get that 15 league rank points.
Let's check later on what will actually happen here in this game. Probably there is a huge difference in terms of the energy of those teams who are not getting that match point eligibility yet, because of course they are going to be much more eager, and from the side of those who are already in the match point, there could be several things going on. Might be that teams are challenging them, and the other is that they're probably a bit more on the nervous side, and things might be a bit messy on their end. That's why things are not doing so well. So let's just wait and see what exactly would happen in match number 12.
Well, there's a bit of a debate in the comment section at YouTube, Aya,
Mm-hmm.
if YG and BG deserves to be in PMSL Southeast Asia. Well, let them hear you guys. Like, show your support, show your feedback, because again, I mean, the big bosses are, always here watching the live streams.
Mm-hmm.
And if they see the performance, and if they see the support from the fans, well, definitely they can, rethink which countries will be included in PMSL and also in PMCL. You know what I mean? This year we just added additional PMNCs so that it'll be more chances for some of the teams or the semi-pro teams from the PMNCs. But here's the recap now. Yeah, 11 matches is done already for today. We're now going for match number 6 technically for today. It is match number 12 now for the whole Super Weekend. And it's going to be in Miramar. If no smash yet, it'll be in Erangle. If no smash yet, it'll be Miramar again, which is the final map of the whole night. So we won't continue, even though if there's no smashes, that'll be done with these teams that is already in match point. But for the meantime, Aya, while we wait, let's go on a break here. TV and Aya, we'll be right back. And we're now here coming in your way. It's going to be match number 12. I am back, Kuku TV, together with Miss Ayan. And we're now coming in match number 12, whereas we have 3 teams now who is now going to go for a smash. Yangon Galacticos, Burmese Goals, and Sin Esports. Let's see who will go for that smash and who will take that winner chicken dinner. There are a few teams now who are nearby that match point, which I listed them earlier on, and they can probably go for smash on match 13 if we not end the day with match 12. But anyways, let's try to end this day today in match number 12. Let's fly away now.
Flying into Miramar for the second time today. Still brought to you by Techno together with pubgmobile here in the PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025. I already memorized my line. Once we fly, we've finished several matches already, and it had been a long day. But it can be longer, but I hope not. So let's cheer for those teams on to that match point already going for that smash. But playing path here will come from the western side onto the eastern side, and it's quite north heavy right here. Sort of similar that as compared to what we had in match number 11. Well, let's see if who will be the first blood of this.
Well, let's see who's going to be the first blood. Let's also see where the circle will go now. as right now this flight bat is gonna really hurt a lot for those teams who drops right around Chumacera, Los Leones. KHI drops at Puerto Paraiso normally, but now they drop at Trailer Park, which is kind of on the edge of the northwestern side of the map itself. And then you can see also PG now, or PBMS rather, dropping out, going to their spot at Impala. Now the circle centering around La Bendita. And again, we mentioned about Paradise Esports taking a different dropping point in the previous day. Now, looks like they're going to glide all the way through Los Leones, which is, again, a much better area to stay because it is right nearby the middle of the circle.
Just like what we're seeing right here, I think everyone is going for that passive gameplay and not really choosing to drop where they know there is going to be a team taking that already, because by the looks of it, 2 minutes in, nobody's damaged, nobody is going for those bullets, so they might be taking different places right now all for themselves. But damage portion that we have here on the screen on the left side, Sin Rankin with 3556, Sinko with 2512, Sindale with 2447, and Wako with 2422. So when it comes to damage, it's still going to be leaning towards Ranked, dealing most of those for the side of our Sin Esports. And with them taking that winner chicken dinner previously, I think they have a bit of that momentum here in.
Yeah, they have a little bit of that momentum, all because they got that winner chicken dinner. But it's pretty hard to do a back-to-back.
Yep, definitely.
It's if it's your day, like what happened yesterday with Nexus Vanguard, or maybe today where
Right.
Young and Galacticos did their thing. But it's very exhausting. Like right now, it's already 6 matches. Then there's a possibility still of a seven or eight match. It's very exhausting, especially if you already had played so much. It will just give chances to those who hadn't played so much, or those who got killed early. And now Juneng just running past by with the Murado, getting gunshotted by Jibna. And Jibna will most likely try to rotate. This is
Ooh.
this is a random position of Jibna actually. This is not where Jibna and RNG usually would go to. So a very random rotation being done right now by
And with the epic RPG right here, receives a bit of the damage, but probably not be enough for him to beat as RNG Jibna would just take a step back and proceed to his teammates later on, or go to this warehouse probably to get his equipment to prepare himself for the next matches. And who knows, might that area might be inside of the next safe zone. So for Backham, that will also be the same thing for him. He avoided that early battle as well to the rest of our Paradise Esports around the area of Los Leones. And the question right now is, where would the circle end? If it's gonna be a Los Leones final circle, that would be much more interesting here in this second Miramar map.
And for Burmese Goals IO, this is another squad that needs to get a win. I'm not really sure if they can, manage here in Miramar. They're kind of like having a hard time with the terrain. If you notice earlier in the previous matchup, one player got left out, and there was like 3 players who was like far away from him. It might probably because also of the sandwich that Sin and GG did to Burmese Goals, but still you would have to protect your teammates. So that's the most important thing here in this game, is you would have to eventually revive or maybe provide support, do a follow-up in order for you to be able to save your teammates from getting eliminated. So for now, they are rotating. Again, the circle is running towards the area of La Bendita and Los Leones. You are going to be most likely seeing a bunch of open areas, but right now, Silent Gods, going for the spray onto Yangon Galacticos. They better be careful. Again, Yangon Galacticos cannot afford to lose in this match.
They definitely cannot, because up for smash rule would be two more teams now. Not they cannot be too complacent, and they cannot, of course, afford to lose any of their players quite early in the game. But SG is just really determined those points with our young Galacticus managing to escape those bullets. I think they can have a better chance still later on, but not unless our Silent Gods would want to go after them, which is highly unlikely at this point. So young Galacticus can move on with their lives peacefully, minus the fact that Master Smile's monster truck is already on smokes right here. So let's just hope for our young Galacticus that they would not run into a different team that could make their vehicles explode.
And Smile, we just need to regroup here. Maybe they will have to find another vehicle for him. That's the best case scenario for Young Galacticos. They will probably avoid for now Aya the circle, and that's what they're looking right now. Vehicle, just what I said. Again, for YG, they are always on the safer side. They're always where they will be sure of themselves, and that's why they're looking for vehicles for their teammates. They want to protect each and every one of them. And for now, we won't see YG until then that they get that vehicle, and then eventually they will try to enter the circle. For now, it's going to be Sin, who is now hearing the players of TTQ, who is running past the area of Minas Generales. GG also have their own. Now they trust. Not so sure what team this one is because it's out of render already with the spectator. But for now, they are situated in the ruins buildings together with the horse just right inside.
PG behind them.
Yep, there's going to be PG behind them right now. Backing now throws out a nade, but it's not going to hit anyone for now. Backing now set up to smoke. Ooh, looks like there's going to be a nade coming in. Good thing he actually backed out right away. PG is learning every single day, Aya, just to let you know about that.
Yep.
And it's pretty good to see that. All they need to do now is just, try to qualify again maybe on the next season. Because right now, if you try to look at it realistically, they're only going to be getting only 1 point if they end their overall rankings at this very specific ranking.
But definitely, I am personally proud of PG for having witnessed their them improving here in this game and really applying several tactics that they probably learned throughout PMCL. But first, we have our 2-on-4 versus our goals now facing each other with 1-for-1 trade right now. That's going to have a bit of that cover, but from behind, that will be Lil Yatka holding on to another nade to secure that little bit once again from that side. Which one for Lion? Almost bled out, but will be revived by Crab. But oh no, one more will be knocked out, which will be mid-cheat right here. But with BG now being very aggressive, pushing down one by one, our 2-on-4. Crab manages to escape those set of bullets, but will he be able to last longer as he is already together with him right here? 2v2 is what we're seeing. BG unknown now being confirmed by Crab. 2-on-4 trying to heal up because he also received a lot of the damage with that nades coming in from BG. Yatka go KS4 will now be taken down by our PBMS. Mitchie, will he still be revived? But PG Godspeed is already right here in front of him. Yatka also moving a bit forward. We have your Goa KS4 will already be confirmed, but PBMS Rimal will be spotted. But 2-on-4 will be naded down by BG Yatka, and another contender will join in the fun, which is our NX, and the rest of the gang will now bring that pressure onto our Burmese goals.
And Burmese goals now down to only one. Oh, nice nade by Liliata. 2-1-4 will get eliminated. But then they will have time to go for the reset because Nexus Vanguard will have to protect their teammate who is knocked down right now. Superboy will get a revive from his teammate. A nade coming out from Liliatka, only a splash damage. Oh, another nade, and that is gotta be it. WTZ, on-point nades, Burmese goals, unable to smash here in match number 12.
Sheesh. And now NX after that is now going to be a match point eligible after this game if this is not going to be ended by those two who are remaining as match point eligible. But going on to a different battle, Our orangey versus time to quick liquid now will evaporate into thin air as the rest of our time to quick, or rather not yet, we still have up alive, just up to that rooftop, and with that jump coming in from, we will be eliminated by our RNG, and that same thing happened to our PBMS. After that, Gru will battle. Our RNG survived with two heavy damage players, one knockdown, but will be able to survive. So four eliminations now will be added onto their spot. And for KHI, I think they could also reach that match point after this one. As that happens, we are seeing a lot more teams who are match point eligibles.
And for RNG, they need just 10 more additional points in order for them to reach the match point. KHI only needs 5. As for GX, they need 6 in order to reach the match point. So it's very close now for the 3 other Filipino squads. Nexus Vanguard already right through the match point. After 6 matches, what can you say now with Nexus Vanguard? After 6 matches, they reach match point. They had a lot of opportunity during those 6 matches.
I say congratulations for reaching the match point. But for now, let's focus on the battle right here. PG versus Team Max. Backham heavily damaged amidst everyone else from Team Max. Even that blue zone, the lazy boy will now be taken out in the open. Running right here would be our PG, but with that cover coming from Juneng and his QBZ, Coronai will be knocked as well. But Maxiu will be right here. Probably would go for that revive onto him, and with the player of VG back him pushing forward with that vehicle, he will now want to pin down our G Max, but the same goes. The same thing happens for BG back him. That cover coming from afar. I'm not sure if where that actually originated from, but most likely that is coming from a player of our team Max. As back him will be knocked down. That will be a confirmation right away.
Looks like PG
Ooh,
is able
different
to
teams.
actually go for the cover. No, it's the same team, Aya. It's gonna be PG
Oh, that's PG.
trying to go for the cover for back EM, but unfortunately you will be able to confirm that elimination for back EM. For Team Max, they're still in the blue zone right now. They will need to go for the full boost. And for Coronai, he doesn't have enough heals. He only has like 15 bandages, so it's better for them to go for objectives now. Smile will be able to get a knockdown on the kill feed. This is going to be Silent Gods is what they're fighting against. Jarrell now will most likely get a revive here for MM, as MM now will try to heal up, but the blue zone is now coming in. And now for YG, they are gonna most likely just gatekeep anyone who would try to go at the northern side of the circle.
And let's see. This is a chance for YG, and this is a chance for our Sin E Slores. You know, they can still grind those points. Who knows? We might reach match, but I just hope not. But we have here KHI versus our Goa, exchanging those bullets right here with that DBS versus that UMP45. But with that frag they didn't have, Demius plan to throw that onto Goa Rex. But we have here that dead coming from Goa Epic Yao, but that just went past Demius and would not damage him even a bit.
And right now for GOA, they're now at truck stop here together with KHI. Another team, Ian, that would reach now the match point in just like 5 points. And now they are now gonna try to defend as they will set up the smokes. I believe so, that they will not engage this one because they're planning now on escaping. Migs is also repositioning right at the upper side of the hills. So they might not go for the push. They don't have enough information yet, Aya. So information is the key in this game. So once they get that information, they might want to go for the push. But if not, they will just try to scout the area. Mix is already scouting the area. And most likely they might want to just try to get through. Oh no! All of a sudden now, Pmcl fires his gun. So this will keep KHI together here with GOA. Now utility is going to be thrown out by Pmcl. And KHI now will back up for a little bit. Maybe try to get a different angle for GOA. As Blanks was able now to get the ghillie suit. The brown one. Circle, by the way, will go now to RNG. Nexus Vanguard also will be in the circle. YG now just trying to get in through the upper side of the circle as they're now fighting against Generation X.
Let's see. GX is also a very aggressive team. Let's see if they would be able to handle this one out. As YG say Cloud from above holding that nade together with the YG Master Smile as they head on to our Generation X. Will that be received? Yes, will be the answer. Jackson will now be taken down. And the other players, GX would probably just move around this spot in order for them to get inside of the circle. But for NX King WTC, that will be a knockdown onto SG Lucy as Master Smile goes way forward onto our Generation X. Hero heavily damage, and final bullets won't go through coming in from the UMP 45 as he will also be on his knees.
Now, Stay Cloud together with YG. They're able to manage to defend as GX now will be left with only 2. By the way, GX needs a total amount of 6 points in order for them to be able to get that match point, but looks like they're gonna go through hell as they're now getting gunshot or gunned down by a lot of teams. YG was the first, and now for Devon, it's just right down below. Ko know it? Let's see if Wako knows it. Then he will be able to go for the spray with the UMP, but looks like he will get out of this area. GG now from afar is actually Boy Sean. Will try to go for those shots. They will be able to take a little bit of damage off from the HP of Sin. And looks like Sin successfully was able to take control of this compound.
They definitely, but will other teams not contest this compound? That is our question right now. On to our stage number 4. We'll be scouting those northern areas and probably those teams who are very aggressive, even though they're not a match point. One of the reasons might be that, in any case, of course, that we're not gonna go for that smash rule for today. We are gonna go back to our original basis, we're in the maximum or the highest points, and that will we would follow the rankings that we have is where our league ranking points will be based off on. So yes, I think these points will not really if we won't be going for that smash rule. But for City Sports, still continuing with those bullets, but with the movement of the circle, they will actually be left out.
Well, for right now, Sin, all they need to do now is make sure that they can gatekeep everyone who will try to go past this area. There is actually YG that they can try. Dale right now has the M249. Not a good gun in this type of situation. But if he can actually spray down on vehicles by Wayangan Galacticus, then maybe he can make a ton of damage. But for now, YG just focus right now on the eastern side. You can see those gunshots in the mini-map. It looks like they are third-partying this situation right now between GOA. And you can also say that GX and KHI are getting shots from YG, but here comes Coca-Cola, not able to aim that correctly. He will be needed, but he will be able to back out for a little bit.
And with Mix throwing that nade, I think that will land onto GX, but actually not. Exchange of Goa. YG Myrna Boy takes that kill as the rest of Goa will now be eliminated. And YG now reaching past that 100-point mark here in Super Weekend. Day number 2. GX ties will be confirmed by KHI Mix, GX Coca-Cola as well. So that means the rest of Generation X will have to say goodbye, and they are not able to reach that match point still in this game. SG as well, they will be going out with elimination points.
And that is it for Max. That is it for SG. Who's left? YG still alive, Aya. Sin is also alive. They're able to go for the goal, which is going to be the smash rule. Get that winner chicken dinner. But for now, Aya. Oh, look at YG now. Crashing together. Just trying to get themselves at the northern side, but they cannot find a place where they can actually stay and be safe.
And speaking of safe, we just have a few teams who are safe, and probably a little bit more from the other teams need to move a little bit inside of the circle before all of the nades being thrown by our City Sports onto Young Galacticus, exploding right in front of their eyes. Will this land onto Say Cloud? Almost, but he managed to dodge those shrapnels being thrown and coming in from that frag grenade. Oh, a lot of nades will be exchanged right here. Will they go for that knockout? I think from all of those frag grenades, no one was exactly damaged and taken down. But for Sid Wacko, he has a different plan in mind here with his Mini 14 scouting out that area in order for them to make sure that they could have an open spot for them later on. But I don't think that is going to be so easy because a full squad of Rangers would be welcoming them.
Yeah, of course, Rangers has the northern side of the circle right now. They can try to gatekeep two teams who are fighting to smash this game, which is YG and Sin. And you can also see YG having a little bit of trouble right now when it comes to trying to get through the circle because they only are left with only one vehicle, which is this Kupar B, which is already up on smoke. So now they will also have a Murado right behind them. They will try to cross over. It looks like they will be able to get inside the circle.
That is interesting right here, but for YG, yep, they actually just went straight through our area, but that is again welcome from the end of our RNG, knocking down two of the players of our Young Galacticus, making sure that they secure those eliminations in 5 kills in their hands and can make that even higher once they eliminate the rest of our Young Galacticus. But this also gives a bit of that space for City Sports to also share this compound with our RNG and YG as their attention was diverted onto our Young Galacticus, throwing that nade onto that spot. RNG would not damage anyone, together with Zindale being very quiet. Actually, that was not a nade, that was a sticky bomb being thrown, but no one will receive those damages right there. But for NBX11, he will be knocked down by PG Juneng with that QBZ.
And Juneng will be confirmed by Yaiko. That's going to be it for Paradise Esports. So now, Sin will try to slowly but surely try to make their push towards the northern side of this circle. Unfortunately for YG, they're left with only one. So highly unlikely, Aya, that Yagan Galacticos will be able to smash and get a win here in match number 12. So we're still looking for that smash, and still a possibility, Aya, because Sin is still 4 players strong.
Let's wait for that to happen right here. But for YG, Master Smile, as you said, less of the chances for YG to smash that one. City Sports would actually be the team to take them out. And with that happening right here, 90 points is already on to the side of our Sin Esports, and they are still alive right here on our 5 teams inside of the game. And for our KHI, actually, the final player just needs to stay alive until rank number 5 in order for him to get 3 rank points, adding on to this 74 that we have here so that he could reach that match point as well. Let's see if that will really be the case right here, and if he will actually hide himself very well until the time that these teams battle out with each other. NB, though, also doing a great job right here, still having 4 players left, and with already 4 chickens and being inside of the next circle, they could also have a great chance of getting the chicken dinner.
Well, NB right outside the circle, still Aya. I think there's only one player who is right within the circle. They also have a low ground disadvantage, so I'm not sure if NB will be able to manage to get this win unless that the circle will go to them, because there's still one final circle that we're waiting. We are now on stage 7. That final circle will be on stage number 8. And let's see if NB will be able to be lucky with the circle. But for now, Sin, they're kind of split it up right now with a 3-1 split. And they're planning on taking this route where they might want to try to go through the western side instead, which is, if you look at the minimap, would be so much better for them.
Really so much better, but unfortunately for our KHI, they would not get those 3 points from that match ranking, or rather placement points, so that they can reach that match point. So they're just 1 point short into qualify for our smash rule. But for now, these final five teams are still on the outskirts of the circle, actually, but Ranked will be spotted by Rage from behind. Backstab action is real right here, as the players of Sin Esports will be pinned down in this spot because RNG, would they want to push forward? Nope. Actually, are they going to move around? Let's see and wait for that, as a lot is going on right. And next is also targeting our esports. That might be difficult for our Sin, and this might be a chance rather for the other teams to hinder them from smashing that smash roll.
It looks like Sin now is actually pinned down by both NX and RNG. Look at the situation now. It's just that those smokes is just giving them cover. Dale now will go down. Jappy will go for the confirmation right away. There's gonna be another knockdown happening. There we go. That's gonna be Sin, Rankid, and Wako now down. Only Cool will be left remaining standing. And now here comes the spray down by RNG. Sin will be eliminated. No smash as of yet for this game. Who will get additional match points so far here in this match number 12? And for sure, we're gonna have a match number 13. Now the nades are coming from the side of RNG, but then Superboy able to spot Jappy, who is right in the open area. But here comes Jebna as Team RNG now goes in for the push, goes in for the kill. Like Jebna right now is actually getting some hits from afar. He's coming from G. Good thing Nathan is there to go for that knockdown with an S12K. Here comes Nathan. Goes for the spray down onto Joji. Joji will be the last guy remaining for Nexus Vanguard. And Nexus Vanguard just have to hide behind that Kupar B. Then again, here comes the spray down from a different team, which is GG, who is just all alone and even dealing a lot of damage.
Ooh, nice one for GG. Despite him being alone right here, that is not his biggest challenge because, you know, he doesn't have anything else to lose. So he would just want to join those engagements happening right in front of him. NB has a very good spot, has a good spread inside of the circle. So, let's see if our RNG could have that option onto challenging the newborns.
Well, Joji just hiding behind this Kupar B. Still cannot be found by RNG. Kaya is still dealing a lot of damage. He does have a lot of bullets left in him. And NB is not doing anything. NB is not able to find him, all because of that ridge that he has. And we're now in the final circle, Aya. 14 still left remaining. And now here comes the push. Jebna right now will try to get it. Oh, that mistake. He takes out a utility instead of that MG3 that he has. But here comes Jappy for the save. And then here comes the third party from up above. NB now can smell blood. They can now smell the chicken dinner. But Kaya will die, all because of the frag grenade from NB. Now NB pushes in. Now it's going to be only Rage for the side of RNG. Still manages to survive with a 3v1. XZ11 now pushes with the UMP, finishes off Range. And that is it. Newborns gets a winner chicken dinner. But you know what? I think it's too late, in my opinion, for NB. They are still not yet in the match point when we do the math here.
Yup. Might be a bit too late, but again, as I've mentioned earlier, maybe they're just opting to push themselves a bit higher than what they are having on the early part of our day number 2. So still kudos to Barnes for getting that winner chicken. But as Kugas said, they're really wanting to go for that smash roll. Might not be the best time to be aggressive because it's a few games late already at pace. But you know, we might or might not be going for that smash roll. I mean, at the run that we are having so far, it's already man. We haven't seen any team smash that smash roll yet as much as we want to. But looking at the points of our winner chicken team here, we have XZ with 3, Yahiko with 1, XTX with 4, and the Foxy with 2. So this probably one of the things that happened right was swapped out and Foxy was in. And that is when they got that winner chicken dinner. So they might want to assess their team lineup if this is really something that's better for them as a full team.
Well, for NB, if I try to do the math, Aya, they will have a total amount of, I believe so, 75. So they would still need 2 more additional points, but enough of the math, Aya. Let's watch the highlights for now. And we're done with that crazy highlights here in match number 12. And we're now looking at the match rankings. Again, 20 points for the side of NB, 16 for RNG, 14 for Nexus Vanguard. But again, when we try to do the math here, that's additional 20 points for NB. Still not enough for them to be at match point. So they would still need to get to the match point and get another match to to be played on, which is match number 14. So that is basically their possibilities here for the next upcoming matchup. But for the rest, Aya, if you try to do the math, so this means now that YG, Sin, Pmcl, Nexus Vanguard, and RNG has that chance to go for the smash on the next match, which is match number 13, and it's gonna happen in Erangle.
So looking forward to that year now that it is gonna be in the map of Erangle once again. Do believe that will be the chance that we are gonna go for that smash roll, because once we changed into the map of Miramar, a lot of teams struggled into being consistent. So speaking of overall rankings, we have your YG getting 105, Sin with 103, BG 90 points, NX. Congratulations again. Finally, they were able to reach match point with 89, and then those match points we have here are in 79, and just 1 point short. KHI to that match point. So 2 for ND, GX with 5. 5-point difference into that point. Max with overall 69, Edgy with 66, GG1 went for 48, Time to with 47, Go with 42, PG with 38, and again, surprising, underwhelming run for PBMS onto that last spot.
Like what happened to PBMS from week number 1 Super Weekend, they are 1, and here in this week number 2, they're top 16. So what just happened to PBMS? That's a story that needs to be told by one of the players of PBMS. Maybe we can talk to them right after this live stream, maybe, or maybe after the whole PMCL tournament. But if you look at the difference here, NB, RNG, and Nexus Vanguard, they have the same number of eliminations, and out of the 3, Rangers and Nexus Vanguard can now smash it for match number 13. The MVP now will be XZXY with 4 elim, 606 damage, 21 damage taken with 39% team contribution and 20 survival time.
NVX ZXY kind of looks like a Filipino too. So shout out to you. Shout out to ever since the Southeast Asia region, there are a lot of players who would look like. So shout out to NBXZXY. In any case that you want to be a Filipino, you can come to the Philippines. You can come to the Philippines, and no one would actually notice that much, probably until you won't understand Filipino. But again, shout out to NBXZXY. Congratulations for getting the FP title for our Super Weekend Week number 2, day number 2, match number 12. And as much as I want to, and as much as we want to, finish things off quite early, nope, we haven't gotten that moment yet here in this day number 2. But for the next game, I'm feeling confident that that is going to be our last one for today. So for everyone else, I think they really need to do their best. They really need to rake those points, because those league ranking points will be based on their final points for this day number 2.
And if only if Ian, these 5 teams that I mentioned did not or cannot smash it for match number 13, there still might be additional teams that will be inside each point. And that is KHI, Newborn GX, Team Max, Silent Gods, and Good Game Esports. So that gives it a total of 11 teams that is eligible for Smash for match number 14. That is only if there's no Smash yet that's gonna happen on match number 13. And again, we have 5 teams already. So if you try to do a little bit of percentage here, Aya, 5 out of that 16 percentage-wise, there's 31% chance. To be more specific, 31.25% chance of us smashing the next game.
Yep, so
But
that
anyways,
is still something.
Yeah.
And now that we have finished those matches already, just a recap for everybody, we have here that first hand-up map going to Erangle back-to-back for Young Galacticus in match 8 and 9, Erangle, another one taken by KHI, and for our Miramar map, taken by Sin for the first one, and the second one was taken by the Newborns. And now heading on to match 13, let's see what will happen here. But before that, we are going to go on a very short break before we go to that match.
Ladies and gentlemen, no more wait time as we now fly to match number 13. Additional games being added, all because nobody is smashing. Nobody is getting that winner chicken dinner, even though that they're now in the match point as they're now gonna fly towards the map of Erangle. We can now see them from Georgia Pool running straight downwards to Subsnovka military base. And you can now see Yangon Galactica, KHI, NB dropping together, 214 dropping right at Gatka. And for KHI, we mentioned that they needed 1 point in order for them to be able to be included for those teams that are already is in match point. So they cannot win here in this match, Aya. So they better pray that there will be another match that needed to be played on. But anyways, Aya, you can now see the rest dropping out from the airplane. Oh, you can see multiple teams. Are these multiple teams right on the bottom side, Aya?
This is quite interesting. Look at that. Team Max joining Goa right here. NX, would they be Generation Next or will they just cross to Milk? Quite sure about that, but with the circle, we are sure that that circles around the area of ruins, again comprising Sajoria, a bit of the Gatka, so might be a similar circle that we had when it moved around the Gatka area. We are hearing those bullets go through. G though, having the ultimate proportion right here for Jibna with 17, Jabby with 16, Range with 13, and we have Nathan with 10. So not much formation, but the three players are quite near when it comes to the contribution of points right there. But for Young and Galacticos, again, one of the contenders for this Smash Roll. Let's see if they're gonna keep up with the momentum because for the past matches they were a bit quiet and they were challenged really in that Miramar map.
Well, let's see if it'll be another challenge here for YG. Not just YG, it's also for Sin and BG. They're having a little bit of those challenging circles, those challenging positioning at the latter parts of the game. But again, that is with Miramar. That is a different team. This one is pretty easier compared to Miramar. And right now, Unknown on a motorcycle will try to circle around the area first, making sure that there's nobody inside this compound. And that is how you check compounds, guys. You circle around first, because sometimes players would make mistakes, like they would move their joysticks, and you would hear a little bit of footstep. And if you hear that footstep, then that's a time that you think to think about like pushing the compound or maybe trying a different compound, escaping the area. And that's how you do it, guys. Very simple. As for Sin, they got their vehicles and they're now going for Milta. And you can see them looting around this area as well at nearby Milta Power. So it's all about the looting phase as of this moment, Ian. Nothing much. A very quiet early game.
Very quiet indeed, because we all know that this might be, I mean, even earlier, all of those matches could have been the final game. But now that we are on to the 13th and 5 teams who are eligible at match points, smash roll action, I think everyone would want to go for a bit more of that passive air, going for that play safe because a lot is at stake and it is going to be a huge risk for those teams, most especially those on top who already have 77 above points to move around to get those points because again they don't need points anymore, they just need to be safe in order for them to get that winner chicken dinner.
Or from Nexus Vanguard, again, it needed 6 matches for them to get that match point. What is wrong with Nexus Vanguard today? But looks like they are already off the table here when it comes to having those struggles. Oh, look at this. Jibna waiting for a surprise here. A surprise gift by Burmese Goals. But oh, I think Godspeed here heard the footsteps. Heard the footsteps and now they're cooking nades of their own. Now they throw the nade. Oh no! Godspeed goes down, and Jibna with a beautiful throw of that frag grenade. Another nade coming in, confirming that first blood, courtesy of Team Rangers.
Now getting that first elimination, going on to Jibna. Will this be a good momentum coming in from our Rangers? So let's check that later on. Before Burmese goals, also one of the teams who has that chance to go for that smash. Still not making any noise right here, just still gathering all the equipment that they will be needing. So they are preparing themselves extra this time around. Before Team Max Cornai just parked his buggy right there because he probably heard Goa also moving towards his spot. So he doesn't want to go for that first move and he doesn't want to risk the rest of our Team Max. Now that's why they were very quiet, or they are very quiet in their respective areas right here, and they're not actually attempting to peek and shoot onto our Goa.
So for now, nothing much. Aya, this is very close, right? This is how intense it is right now. Here for round number 7 for today, or match number 13, to be more specific. It goes down to the very end. And again, match point already met by 5 teams. So we're gonna observe those 5 teams. Specifically, Rangers, Nexus, Vanguard, BG, Sin, and YG. And for Nexus Vanguard, they're now able to get vehicles, additional vehicles, so that they can get gas in their tank. And for Team Max, just running around the areas of the bridge. And again, this is a very different Max that we're looking right now, Aya. Looks like
Yep.
they're going to try to gatekeep, I believe so, which is right around the areas of military base. So let's see if they can do that in this matchup.
Let's wait and see. That is the only thing that we can do right now, and leave it to the hands of our players to finish off our battles in map number 13. As BG wants to push forward, they're just making sure that nobody's taking this compound. And yes, nobody's here, so they are quite safe, and they can take this place all themselves. And the same goes for our YG, probably setting up that bridge action for later on. In any case that there would be teams using this one, they could easily spray down on them and take those eliminations, as YG Romeo is staying in this wizard tower. But everyone's being very quiet. We are feeling that right now. It's like there are crickets everywhere. That's why no bullets are being thrown. And I think around the vicinity there is 214. Oh, exactly 214 Cam. That would be his Gar 98K knocking down one of the players of our Yangan Galacticas. But luckily for them, they're inside of that safe zone.
And look at the circle now. The circle now is already at the middle of the middle portion of the circle is at the mountains of Gatka, which is the circle that is the winning formula for YG. So YG isn't there yet, and they have one player knocked down. So I mean, other teams might want to try to get that high ground, and it might be that Silent Gods want to try to get those high grounds. For now, looks like they're gonna run past the area of shooting range. They're not yet nearby those mountains, and not so sure if the other teams would be planning on going to that area. But again, it is a hot spot right now for you to be in, and again, a lot of chances of winning if you stay at that area.
Definitely a lot of chances of winning for them. But first, let's now see as BG moves up to the area of Brazok right there. Max Cornai will be spotted by Time to Quick. And one more will actually be knocked down and confirmed will be Max U. So now Trezzy is on the other side of the bridge, which I think Time to Quick would want to push forward later on because they are both outside of our safe zone. With this challenge being done onto our team Max, let's see if they will be able to handle that pressure coming in from Time to Quick.
Well, for Time to Quick, They will need to set up the smokes again, all because of the gatekeeping measures that is being done at the bridge. For now, let's take a look at Claire. Claire overspray onto Nexus Vanguard. They cannot afford to get taken down, so now super low key will be the ones to go down the slope, but then will be spotted by blanks, and looks like Superboy will just leave his teammate as they try to avoid KHI Esports, who is much more hungry compared to Nexus Vanguard, because again they needed additional points here in order for them at match point, and they're now at match point. All they need to do now is wait until the next game.
If there is gonna be a next game, again, we always have that disclaimer because, you know, we're not really sure if this is gonna be our last or will it not be. So let's now wait and see. But with those bullets connecting a bit onto our teams, that would not bother them so much. But for our RNG, still doing good right here. Also staying very quiet because again, they are one of the teams who are eligible for that smash. But for Young Galacticus, starting on to our team PBMS, they have one player knocked down. But for Time to Quick, they actually stumbled into a different team, which is going to be our Generation X, and will be able to secure that elimination. But one more team could join, and that would be our Sin. Another one could be our Paradise Esports.
Well, for Sin, we're still in the blue zone. This is not the Sin that we know where they, early rotate rather through the circle. Looks like they're gonna tank the zone for now. Not a good idea though, because if you look at the meds of Wako, he doesn't have any boosts or any drinks in order for him to sustain that damage by the blue zone. And look at this, Nexus Vanguard now having a lot of troubles, only left with only one. More than likely, they cannot do a smash here, Aya, with only one player left remaining. And we're talking about WTZ, who basically is the player that needs to improve for Nexus Vanguard here in the Super Weekend, because he's very good during the first 3 days of the week, but unfortunately not found here today in the second day of Super Weekend, week number 2.
And right here for Nexus Vanguard, it is just really unfortunate because this is the time, of course, that they got that match point, but then they are far from smashing, so getting the match point is not really so useful for the Saturday next NX at this stage of their gameplay. But for Time to Quick, despite them onto that 12th spot, they're still doing their best. They're trying to get those eliminations in, but with the two horses in front of our Goa, this might be their escape vehicle later on, and one more would be that Coupe RB and another vehicle right here. But let's see what will happen to our Goa because they're the bottom portion, but together with our PG and PBMS, not much of a movement coming in from them, but for PG, a lot of movement will be done as we have that vehicle knocked down onto RNG Jibna, and with that confirmation from those shotguns, that will be two less player for the side of our Rangers. And for Sydney Sports, they managed to take down one more of the team that were in front of them. I believe that was team I was not able to see.
As for Sin, successfully they were able to rotate all the way to the bottom side. I believe so that they have done this hard rotation to the bottom side of the circle. For now, they will be safe. And for now, you can see Burmese goals now try to get in as well at the northern side, but they're going to be gate kept by Young Galactic because they have the same idea as YG. And this is another squad that needs to get a win here in order for them to smash. Oh, but looks like they are able to spot one. That's Mernat. Oh no, this is Mernat, a very important player for Yangon Galacticos. He will crawl now, but they will be able to manage to, I think, try to go for suppressing shots over to the other side. On the kill feed, though, Claire will be eliminated by Ryman. Circle has shifted now away from everyone that is in that match point, except for Nexus Vanguard, who is only left with only one. Looks like they will now go for the revive, and they're able to actually defend this type of situation. This is how good YG is.
Definitely. And with that fast reset, let's see how they will face our BG on top of their ground with that short frag grenade that will not do anything onto our Young and Galacticus, and with that Molly actually thrown a bit far. Now, changing more of those frag grenades, they will also not deliver so well onto the side of our Burmese goals, and now they're being very aggressive. Those nades are really going to waste at this point. But Master Smile from behind. Ooh, look at that. Quite open, but Master Smile wasn't able to knock down Lil Yatka.
Well, for right now, YG Smile right now will need to get through the zone now because the damage is very strong in the blue zone. And they need to also get into the circle now as the blue zone is moving as well. Now, these are two teams who needs to get a winner chicken dinner. And that is why you can see Aya that they're very focused on just avoiding each other. And you can see now that YG will be able to avoid them. BG will most likely be able to get into the circle as well. For now, just gotta be peace for both sides. Godspeed lead, the only one eliminated for this squad. But I'm not sure where will this team will go in, as it looks like Burmese Goals will try to get the additional vehicles that they can try to salvage in that fight against YG.
But for 24 them, battling it with our PG, YG versus our Sin Esports, 2-4 versus PG again, NB versus Sin Esports. Sin Rankin now the open in front of our newborns. I think this will be the final player, and will he be knocked down? Yes, he will. So it will all just boil down to Wacko. And what will Wacko do? Most likely will just hide in a different spot right here. GX though is spotting SG, but with YG joining in our newborns, what we have Romeo being knocked down. Oh no, and B Foxy though will be spotted as well. And another joiner would be another match point eligible, which is our Burgess Ghost right here. I don't know what's gonna happen for XY. He will be knocked down. YG Romeo was still knocked down on his knees. YG Say Cloud holding that frag grenade, but with the CBS shotgun onto him, and BXZXY secures one of the players of our Young Galacticus. A final bullet will be needed to eliminate our NB. That nade will just be a bit too far coming in from our Burmese Souls. But one more team, which is our Max and PG, now eliminated from this match. NBXZXY still surviving this engagement while throwing that frag grenade, and a push coming in from BG. Let's see what will happen, as all of the nades will be delivered but will not be received by anybody. Sin, oh no, one of the match point eligibles will now say goodbye. KHI as well, but at least for a moment, they will now be reaching that match point. BG Lil Yatka will be knocked down, coming in from those bullets coming in from that frag grenade now of GX will be taking down our time too quick. BG Lil Yatka knocked down by one of the players again of our NB, still surviving. XZXY is sort of unmoved at this point.
Wow, Aya, wow. Just wow is what I can say. It's like a Burmese roulette. Aya is what happened. There's so much of these Myanmar players or Burmese players fighting all together. Burmese Goals, NB, NYG now. NB will try to cook up a nade. The nade will not connect. He has additional nades coming from above as he tries to throw it downwards to where YG is at. But again, no go for XZXY. NB, by the way, has already reached match point, as Burmese Ghost is actually getting some shots from a different area as well. It's probably Silent Gods who is going for third parties here for this one. And right now, XZXY still trying to manage, as the nades will not connect still. And this is how smart YG is. They're just not moving at all. They're just rotating their characters in order for them to at least be... Oh, look at this. Smile realizes that. Oh, able to spot now XZXY. That's it. And it now leads to a YG and BG battle who has been boiling earlier on, Aya.
Why? Why would the match point eligibles fight each other? That means we're gonna have less of chances of ending this game. Why? But anyway, we still have 10 teams right here. VG versus YG, still a 2v2 situation, and they are outside of the circle. So in no time, they need to really clear out their surroundings because the blue zone will chase after them. And with that hit coming from unknown, that will not land onto Master Smile. BG Master Ichido will move around. And with that frag grenade coming from Murnut Boy, that will take down Master Ichi. And Murnut Boy goes for that push to confirm that elimination onto him. And the final player unknown right in front of him. Oh no. Murnut Boy will be knocked out. Master Smile going on to his side. Now Murnut Boy will be confirmed. This will be a 1v1 situation. BG unknown heavily damaged, but still has that bit of the time to go for that heal up. And now with that 1v1 again, with a shotgun finish onto Burmese goals, they will be out, leaving us with only YG with a final player in RNG with 2 players. I think this match rule is not taking any effect right now. Oh no!
No smash yet. YG will be out. BG will be out as well. There's still a chance for RNG though. RNG can smash it. Still with 2 players left remaining, but they're out at the edge. And look at their positioning, Aya. Nathan with a smoking monster truck, and then range. And looks like his buggy is also smoking up. The only thing that they need to pray is now is if the circle would go to their area. If that would be the case, then they will have a chance to be able to get a win and smash it. Big possibility still that we're gonna have match number 14, total of 8 matches for today, Aya. I know that we're tired already, but still need to continue. As GX now, Nero will get a headshot. Will go down. Nothing much of anything happening because it's all about long-range battles as of the moment. But you can see now PBMS setting up the smokes, and they're planning on getting through the circle. But then again, this will delay things up for PBMS as they drop Pretzel. So they will have to revive him first. 7 more seconds left. I think there's still enough time.
There might be enough time for them to do that, but as a lot of teams are now, widening the gap, getting all of those points in, not that it would really matter because I think we're not gonna have that smash rule anymore, but that is still gonna be helpful for them later on to rise up the points that they have here on to our leaderboard. But this is gonna be GX versus our PBMS with their push onto our GG rather. Now going for those that land onto anyone. Nope, not much. For GX, he will be spotted. They go a Clay Jr. PBS. Raimundo has a different target onto the western side of our screen right here. That would be GG's trying to get with Boy Sean. And with the exchanges that we are having here, RNG range will be confirmed together with RNG Nathan. And that really confirms that we are not going to have a Smash Roll winner for the Super Weekend Day number 2, week number 2. So back to our original scorings right here. We are gonna proceed with what we are having onto the overall rankings. And with this exchange of balls coming from Prescott together with our GG inside of this area would be Ryman pushing forward, and who will be taking that knockdown.
Oh, it's not hitting! It's not hitting!
That did not knock. What is happening right here?
What is left?
By Boyson. I don't know what happened during that final moment, but here will be Scatty going for that redemption for the side of our PBMS. Now pushing to our GG and exchange, but those bullets, he needs to reload right now. With things that he had a bit of that chance while knocking down on the GG Javon. Now being left with 2 players, heavily damaged actually. Now going for that secure first, but they are already in that reset. If he came a bit early, that might have been easier to deal with, but now that he came a bit late, the rest of PBMS will be secured, and that is courtesy of our GG.
Oh my goodness, what a fight. GG and PBMS, and Ryman was just not hitting at all. Oh my god, now we're down to 4. No smash yet, Aya. As we still have, oh, look at this, 214 now pushes in. GG, we'll have to fight. You can hear those guns now, the bullets also coming right straight through. And here comes Kaya now. Kaya trying to survive here with UMC on hand. Clay Jr. will knock down Miner. Shroud will be able to eliminate 1 player off. That's gonna be Cram, but there comes Cree to save their life here in this matchup. But now, here comes the third parties. No, not yet third parties, because they're now going to be focused on Silent Gods. And now for Goa, they do have the circle in hand here. 1-4 will have to get that reset. Drops one, and that's going to be Rex. And now will try to rotate now with this smoking vehicle. It might explode. There's not much of any space left for him to go. As for 214, they will try to get away at this very compound after that battle against PG. As is for who now focuses on MM's vehicle is about to explode. And he explodes together with it. And now we're left with two.
Left with two, and that is 2-1-4 together with Goa right here. Who will be taking that winner chicken dinner? Will it be the Philippines or will it be our Myanmar team right here? In a few more seconds, that circle will close in on stage number 7. Goa KS4, who is still knocked down. I'm not sure if they can still go for that revive. I think they can. We have a Rex risking his life for his teammate, and they all need to heal up. But unfortunately for Rex, he doesn't have any first aid kits already. He just has a bit of that wipes right there for those bandages. And as he moves a bit forward, let's see how 214 will deal with still a full squad of our Guardians of Phaedos.
Goa has the advantage here with a 4v3 situation. When it comes to circle as well, they have the advantage. For 214, not sure how they will try to get this one done. As we're just waiting now for the next circle. This is going to be the final circle, stage number 8. And once we go on stage number 9, this is going to be the closing of the blue zone. Let's see, where will the circle go first? Whoever gets a circle here will be very, very lucky, Aya. Where will be the RNG going? Oh, it might go to 214, I guess.
Actually, it will not so much go to anybody at this point. It will just be out in the open. But going Pmcl only proceeded to enter our safe zone. In between for Lion, throwing those bullets onto him. He will receive that one well and will be knocked down. Actually, eventually coming in from 214 Lion with that roar again onto our Goa with that final explosion of that vehicle. Takes down Pmcl with 11 whopping eliminations right in the bag. 214 is actually very aggressive here and very explosive in our match number 13. But will they be able to make their way through the circle? That is our question right now.
Well, the question is, will Mitchie be able to survive this? Will he be able to get needed? It looks like GOA is not doing any move so far here. So it's still a 3v3. Oh, Rex is now moving. He's now able to get a rock, which is inside the zone. The others need to move also, Aya. And I'm not sure what they're doing. Case for who and the other guy, which is Clay Jr. They need to move, Aya. They're not in the circle, and that's going to be it for Clay Jr. No more revives for you now. 2v3 situation. Oh, another knockdown by Mitchie with that headshot also. Only one player left remaining, and they know exactly where he is. It's gonna be, oh, Rex now, what are you doing? What are you doing, Rex? Why are you going inside that Kupar B? And now it is over. Match 13 is done. Winner chicken dinner by 214 Esports.
GG, well played. And now this is a chicken dinner going to our 2-1-4. And this is also a redemption match for them. They were not able to do such during week number 2, and them getting this winner chicken dinner, that is something in this game, and they are definitely more than happy because they're almost ending the day with a smile, as we still have one match later on and a lot of eliminations too. So for 2-4, GG's again, kudos for taking match 13's winner chicken dinner in the map of Erangle. And I believe we are gonna go back to Miramar right after this one. So another adjustment for everyone as we end the Super Weekend week number 2. It might have taken us so long, but at least we are gonna know who will be the top 15 teams who will get into the grand finals now. Before the teams start having and Mitchie, Cree, and Graham. 8 eliminations. Personally, for Cree right here with a lot of damage as well. So GG's to for Mitchie and Graham as well. But props to Cree in this match.
Well, for Cree, a much needed win for 214 Esports. The only thing here is if we try to do the math, are they already inside now of that smash? Oh no, I think. Because I try to go back to the previous game, it's just not enough. If we try to do the math here as well with the eliminations that they have with the winner chicken dinner. Anyways, we'll see that overall rankings as we watch the highlights first.
And after those highlights that we had seen for match number 13, this is what that translated into on to our match rankings. 1-4 got 24 points, Go Ahead 12, GG had 10, SG had 8, GX with 7, tied up with Young Galacticus, PBMS with 6, and BG with 4. Again, nobody for week number 2 was able to smash that smash roll right here. And again, BG, YG had that early battle earlier on together with our Sin Esports. So they were 3 out of 5 who were actually eligible, supposedly, for that smash roll. But then, moving on to the second page, we have our RNG with 3. Time with Newborn Devil, KHI together with PG having 2. Sin Esports with 1, and then 4 for NX, Max. They weren't able to get any points for that match number 13. So we are now heading on to our final game for today. Let's look forward to that, and let's wish everyone to do their best, because this will be the basis of their league ranking points, and those league ranking points will determine who will be getting into the grand finals.
Well, here is now the overall rankings after match number 13. There's still a possibility to smash, but again, it's the last game anyways.
Yep.
So basically, they need to make that last push in this final match of the day. But if you try to look at the bigger picture here, Aya, if you try to make a difference between Sin and Yangon Galacticos, it is still very doable for Sin. Even Burmese goals, it is very doable for them to be able to go on top of Yangon Galacticos. All they need to do is to eliminate Yangon Galacticos very early in this final match of the day. But anyways, before we even do that, before we even talk about that, let's talk about first the top 4 teams. 214, Goa, GG, and SG, 14 eliminations. 4, 214, 6 for Goa, 6 for GG, and SG only with 3. A very, very tiring day for everyone. And you can see now, even the top 4 only has 3 eliminations, Aya. So it's a very exhausting day for everyone, including us casters.
Quite exhausting, and it had been a long day for everyone. So again, let's see what will happen later on. But for the We talked about him earlier on. 214 Kree getting 8 elimination, 715 damage, 193 damage taken, 50% team contribution. I believe that is one of the by far the highest that we have seen. And 2740 survival time as they ended our match number 13. Most are body shots with 71 percentage, 9% of the headshot, and 21% for the lower extremity. So 214 Kree was, of course, undoubtedly the key player for that game.
Well, the key player for this game, and this is the Kree. I mean, we talked together, Aya, before this PMCL tournament. He did mention about being the fragger of the team, but he is the IGL now. So it's kind of different now for him, for his role. And this is the Kree, the fragger Kree that we know of, basically. And if he can actually continue and be consistent to be like this, then 214 Esports can be one of those unstoppable teams that needs to be, be observed by the other squads. And for now, it's probably way too late now because they only have like a total amount of 72 points. But still a good reach here for 214 to at least get through the higher rankings in order for them to get a little bit more of those league rank points, for them to have more of that head start points by the time that they start the grand finals next week.
But again, kudos to our 214 for doing their best, for maximizing their stay inside of that match. Again, up for everybody. As you can see on the screen, you will know who were the ones who took those previous winner chicken dinner takers. But for now, because we already maximized our matches, let's on a very short break, and we will be back by the time that we enter our final game.
And we are right back here for the last match of the weekend. And the last match of the group stage, by the way. We have exhausted every single match in the Smash rules as well. 8 matches for today. I hope you're still with us. Time check here in our time. It is already 11:28 in our time here in the Philippines, as we are from the Philippines. We are now counting the timer here for the last match. No more Smash for now, Aya, but we're gonna know who's gonna be the top #1 team right after this matchup. Will it still be Young Galacticos, or will it be Burmese Goals, or will it be Sin Esports as we now fly to Miramar?
And now we are here in the map of Miramar, but I think I just double checked onto ChatGPT. Shout out to ChatGPT. I guess we can still have that smash rule here in this match number 8. If nobody will get the winner chicken dinner coming in from those match points eligible, that is the only time that we are gonna base it on the overall ranking. So let's see if our friend ChatGPT will be correct. But from the playing path that we have here, coming in from the western side onto the eastern side, just around the northern portion, Miramar map. Will there be changes in their dropping points? You know, at this point, they can just go all out.
Well, all out for everyone right now. Match 14 for everyone. YG drops at El Pozo. Nothing different as of this very moment, Aya. Look at GG. There's another team dropping with them. Not so sure which one is which, Aya. Let's see if there's another team dropping together. No, it's only that team, Aya. I'm not so sure which team dropping together with GG, because they're actually on top of each other right now in that map. Circle will now generate. It'll be right nearby SG and Yangon Galacticos. DTQ also is inside that circle here together with Nexus, Vanguard, and KHI. It looks like we're gonna have some hot drop session right around the areas nearby the jungle area, just right on the eastern side of Montenuevo. So again, I'm not really sure again which team is which, but Sin is just dropping right around Minas Generales. This is their usual dropping point. Cool. The usual MVP for the squad will need to put all of the marbles, put all of the stops in order for them to get the top #1 spot.
Definitely, but let's see what else will happen right here for the top 5 eliminations. We have here BG Yatka, YG Murna, KHI Mix, and Super Lokin, Sin Wak. One from each different team. So that means there is no team so far that several players are consistent into taking points in. So again, kudos to them, and let's see who will end up as this week's top eliminator. But for GG Devon, that would be Maxative being knocked down. I think this is the first time that Maxative will be subbed in, but that is also his last moment here in match number 14. So that is coming in from GG Devon, taking that first blood here in our final game.
Well, final game of the day. It's been a pleasure also casting with you, Aya, for the past 10 days from the Filipino broadcast now to the English desk.
Yes.
We had so much trouble with the connection. We had so much server issues, but good thing we're able to fix that eventually right at the second week, as there were still a little bit of issues during the second week. But again, I'm able to fix it together with you. And shout outs to everyone who is still here watching this live stream from Facebook to YouTube. Don't forget to follow and subscribe our pages. And don't forget to follow us also, our social medias. This is the best time, Aya, to promote our social media pages. Mine is I am Kuku TV on all social media platforms. How about you, Aya? What's your socials?
Mine is actually at Aya Place with a triple S at the end. So this might be a long stretch. So I would also like to share for saying so much to Kuku, to everyone who's watching, to for supporting us throughout the Philippine and English broadcast. And I just like to remember a bit of moment back in 2020 when um because now we're casting a lot of Myanmar teams inside. It was actually the Myanmar community who grew my page when I was just starting in
Oh wow.
casting. So yeah, I had 200 around 200 followers during that time, and then it grew in just one stream to 600 plus. And a lot of those, or rather not a lot, all of those are from the supporters of Myanmar. So that was the part when I believe the coach of Genesis Esports actually went to my live stream to watch a scrimmage, including Myanmar team. So I would just like to extend my gratitude to the Myanmar community. And I just actually because it is very evident how the Myanmar region is very supportive of their teams, not only to a specific team, but in general, I believe. So I hope that the Philippine region also would take note of that and other regions as well. So yeah, that's just a quick story time for iPlays right here. Don't forget to follow again PUBG Mobile and PUBG Mobile Esports together with at I am Kuku TV and at Aya Plays with a triple S at the end. Now, this is gonna be a long stretch, Cuckoo. Might take us a bit more time, but hmm, let's see what will happen because we still have 16 teams and just one player out of the game.
Yeah, this is story time with Kuku TV, baby. Way back 2019, it was also the Myanmar community who did added more. Oh, follows and look at that, Myanmar peeps that say Cloud, who went with that mini 14 shot. I just love the mini 14 Aya. When I play
Mm-hmm.
Ultimate Royale,
Yep.
I do play a lot with the mini 14. I'm not using a DBS. I'm not using an S12K or even a UMP. I
Mm-hmm.
would go with an M4 together with a mini 14. And you did saw my post with the mini 14 highlights.
Yep.
So yeah, that's how beautiful the mini 14 here in this map. But anyways,
Mm-hmm.
going back, much love from the Myanmar community because again, the Myanmar community way back 2019. That
Mm-hmm.
is where I met Loki. That is where I met say Cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Way back when they were like in Yangon Galacticos.
Mm-hmm.
There was also Burmese goals during those times. So these players, Aya, has been playing for a total of 6 years already,
Yeah.
Aya. So this
Mm-hmm.
is the longest time that we've seen them, or I've seen them, and they were playing against all of those old players in Philippines, like Alas, like Few, Fort Row, QB, those old guys, those OGs, and still these Myanmar folks are still playing at the high level.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So, that really just proves how dedicated these players are. And I just like to shout out Pookie, one of the admins or moderators in the YouTube channel. And shout outs to you and to Sky as well. I've always seen you in our YouTube comment section, clearing out the bad stuff. So really shout outs to you guys. Thank you so much for your dedication as well. And to everyone on the back end, we're just taking this time, because this is going to be long and we might not have much of that chance later on. Shout out to Uncle So. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, but I hope I did not botch your, your names too much. So big shout outs to you guys, to everyone on
Yeah.
YouTube, on Facebook, and again, we're hoping to see you on the next season. But with the movement of the circle, let's see who will be the teams who are gonna meet the other who are in front of them, huh? Anyway, I'm already, I don't know, I'm out of place right now. I'm all over the place rather, but yeah, okay, go on, Cuckoo.
Well, anyways, I did send the chat. I'm not sure if my chat went through. Did my chat went through?
I'll check.
I'm not sure if my chat went through.
Nope, nope.
Oh, it didn't. Again, with the connection, still having some issues with my phone, but good thing I'm audible right now in the live. So for now, nothing much happening here, Aya, with all of the chaos that happened in Erangle earlier on. I love that Burmese roulette with the NB, VG, and YG, but look at this. Lucy now will get pushed now by 214. All of a sudden, 214 is now over aggressive as Lucy now will be forced to be damaged by those fire as he tries to escape the area. Now Jarrell will go for that uh, support from a far distance. Now Lucy will try to go for the heal. Lion together with the gang of 214.
Ooh.
Ooh, almost dropping Lucy down to just 1 HP left as he now manages to get away. Lion now knows where he is exactly. Will try to throw up a frag grenade. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! He actually drops his teammate down. But good thing he actually dropped Lucy. But then again, here comes Lion, who will try to redeem himself. Now with a Molotov. Now for Mitchie, he will go for that revive first. And now Lucy will burn alive now. Jarrell will be knocked down as well. Where are the others from Silent Gods? They are missing in action.
They really are missing in action right here, and that is very crucial because the rest of Silent Gods need to be together in order for them to have a better fight onto our 214. It was just very unfortunate for 214 that they had that misplay right there. They were able to knock down one of the players, but because of the lack of support from our Silent Gods, they were able to go for that reset, and now even going for that counterattack onto SGMM. But for Minor, he needs to go for that reset at the same time to his teammates, so he can also cover onto our 214. But for 214, they're not that bothered because the distance is quite far from our Silent Gods, and I think they still have a good chance of winning over our SG in any case that they push forward.
So now for Mitchie, now their next focus will be on top, as the players over there will now try to go down. These are the players of SG, and that's the reason why they cannot help Aya. They were like on top of that mountain, and they don't have any view of the players of 214 Esports. Now they escaped that area all because of the circle. It shifted now away from that area, and looks like YG will try to come along with them. Oh, and look at this. He will try to go for those gunshots, and there actually connects a cloud. Headshots, Minor. What a shot, even inside the Coop RP. Just driving around now, Lizzie Boy knocks down Godspeed, also on the kill feed. Now only one player left remaining, by the way, for Silent Gods, but YG needs to be careful here because 214 is just right nearby.
And with them just being nearby right here, oh, BG Godspeed actually will be knocked down by PG back him. And with the circle again moving forward, a lot of possibilities can still unfold in this moment as BG goes forward onto BG. Rangers will also be on that end, which they could easily gatekeep both of those teams who are in a bit of a struggle. PG Lazy Boy will be taken down and will be confirmed, I believe. So from PG, they already lost one of their players. Meanwhile, the rest probably they're hoping they're gonna last longer. But with YG right here, they actually spotted one of the players of our 214.
214 still alive here. They are actually in very good position here at the northern side of the circle. There's not much of any movements that they need to do. Mitchie tries his luck with the Mini 14, but not able to do so. If the circle will shift towards this area, will then 214 will have the best position so far, but still there's a less than a minute here for us to wait on the next stage, stage number 3, going to stage number 4. Nothing much from the others as they're now just looking and just hiding. This is just so intense right now because we are now on match number 14. We're in. We haven't seen yet anyone smashed it. As for TTQ, they will now try to go into the circle. One of their players is actually on a horse. Liquid will now try to go through the circle. Oh, through the players of TX as well, who now has a view of him. Unfortunately, got spotted by I Say. And now for TTQ, They're now left with 3. They're actually split it up on a 1-2 split. Looks like they're planning on boxing GX in. Liquid will now be confirmed by bleeding out, but there's going to be nades coming from Zuki to the side of GX. Circle will now close. Where will it go? Looks like 214 would need to move as PBMS will get this circle.
Oh, that circle favoring PBMS. Let's see how will they take care of that advantage right there before time to quick as they take down one of the players of our GX. We have that counter attack coming in from GX size right here, and maybe goes on his knees as he was attempting to go for that frag grenade. Time to quick does goes for that escape, but will he be able to? Was maybe will now be confirmed right here. GX still need to go for that revive, but for Zuki, he will also be knocked down. Gus, the final player right here with that vehicle almost exploding right in front of him. He needs to heal up, but will he be able to do so? That is a question right here. And will he escape the vehicle explosion? In any case, that will be happening. But I think he is quite safe. He still has his guardian angels around the area because that is already a detonated vehicle. So right in time for him, and that will now serve as his cover.
And right now, TTQ Gus, not so sure how will he escape this predicament as now GX tries to go over now this hillside. They would need to get into the circle now. TTQ, Gus, he's just right beside that broken Murado. Oh, they're actually gonna get shotted by not so sure who. And now they're gonna try to hide for now at this brick house, this brick warehouse. We don't see them, Aya. We don't see the ones firing at Generation X, but you can now see Michi dropping little Yatka. Unknown will now cook up a nade. Michi is in trouble. He goes down as a 1-to-1 trade knock here between BG and 214. Another nade from Unknown. He throws it downwards. Not so sure if there's anyone right over there, but looks like it's gonna be Lion. Now with a nade also coming from Lion, not gonna hit Unknown. Unknown now hides behind that UAS, or that minibus rather, as he now set up the smokes. Free now will try to get closer as Free will try his luck. Oh, nice hit and run situation there as 214 still is hot in this matchup.
Still very, very hot, and they actually carried that energy coming in from match number 13. As time to kick Gus will not really stray so far from the position that was at earlier after escaping that engagement with our Generation X. But for Shin is still not revived, like coming from the engagement that we had with our young Galacticus, but with YG Masters Smile throwing that nade onto 214, that just a bit short, but he would go a bit forward. That could be 3 knockdowns with that single frag grenade. Although now will be taken by time guns, we still have one player left for our Generation X, which will most likely just hide amidst that small shock. GG though, knocking down one of the players of our NB. And now with stage number 4 coming right up, circle is getting quite smaller and smaller as together with their world, but we still have 15 teams. This is still a lot for them to manage, but for 214, he's already being managed by the bullets coming in from YG.
Right now, YG will make a move. They now smell the blood of Cram. Cram is not yet revived by their teammate. There we go. Then the revive happened, but here comes a nade. Cram, good thing he was able to avoid that, and he will be able to first heal up. But here comes another nade coming from YG. Knocks down 2, and Lion will be down to low HP. Michi now will have to defend. Unfortunately, now for 214, they will get defeated now by Yangon Galacticos, and they are now focused. They want to win this game. They want to smash it, Aya, but still, they would need to move also because the circle has shifted away from Yangon Galactica, so they would need to be quick.
Quick indeed is what they need to do right here, but with gauge high clearing might not be too movement as he was spotted by PBMS and with that mini 14 action coming in from them before guards, also just staying around the vicinity of the safe zone, not actually already inside of that one, just a few hundred away in order for them to avoid those other battles going on inside already. So NX Superboy now just getting a bit nearer to them, but SG right there. PG Honda though will be spotted too, leaving them with only one player who is also receiving a bit of that damage. And at the same time, this is what we are seeing right now with GG Shroud throwing. Will that be a nade, or rather that will be a molly? But luckily for joining in Honda, they would not be damaged by that one.
And for GG, I think Shroud knows the exact position, but not able to get that aim. Oh, but look at this, Coca-Cola. Just right beside Gus. Oh, DBS! Just slaps Coca-Cola down. And Generation X will get eliminated. Now we're left with 13. Grenade elimination for Team Max. Coronai gets that. You also will get a frag grenade in. XZ11 goes down because of GOA. KS4 who? Now, since then that engagement happened between Gus and Coca-Cola, Superboy is now fully aware that there's a person inside that small shack. And while this is happening, Yaiko goes down, Blanks will go out as PBMS fights against KHI. Here comes the frag grenade. Kaya, unfortunately, did not throw it to the right position. Kaya will now throw an additional utility, which is a molly. And this will leave Juneng, on fire. Now he backs out for now. Unfortunately, he cannot get the knockdown. GG Kaya. He's kind of pinned down at this very position. The circle will close in 14 seconds. Actually sees Honda. And now Honda will try to fight. Unfortunately, then he cannot make that knockdown. But Kaya will get a shot from afar. Oh, and I believe so. Now Shroud will try to get down. And here comes Honda with that QBC, knocks down Shroud. But no one yet from GG will try to make a follow-up, as Kaya will throw out a nade. The nade also, I think, will be thrown out by Juneng. Now confirming Shroud, but then the nade from Kaya knocks down Honda.
Oh, with Juneng surviving a little bit more, stretching that time inside of the game would not be enough for him to last longer. So now saying goodbye on the 13th spot. But for RNG Jappy, he will receive so much of the damage. Now RNG Jibna faces it with our GG. Boyshan will be spotted and will be confirmed in an instant. Now they need to get all those utilities coming in from those loot crates. And with another player of GG, I think they only have one left. Or rather, they still have two. GG Devon would be right above our RNG. But for Silent Gods, they would be silent for now in week number 2, as they would be ending onto that 12th spot. But for other teams right here, just like NX and Goa, they're still continuing pushing through without engagement. Will this land perfectly onto our Goa? Oh, almost knocks out Goa Clay Jr. and almost also damages so much Goa Rex. Both of these teams are still on fire, as BBMS Ryman now will be taken by our YG.
And now for Nexus Vanguard, they're just trying to get into position now, as the circle is now getting smaller and smaller. Actually, Rex gets the frag grenade onto King WTZ. Ren Kid. Try to prone down. Maybe we'll try to knock. Yeah, back out. Nothing much yet. As GOA now. Will now throw up another nade. Not gonna hit so far. I think they cannot revive WTZ anymore. Did you see that? Yeah, Superboy was trying to revive WTZ, but they're kind of glitching out at that very position. Look.
Yup. I think they cannot go out of that spot. So that is, something that you don't want to happen when you are in PMCL. I don't think they can do anything about that at this point. So might be acceptance is the only thing that they can do. Actually, they were able to go for that revive. So GG's to our Nexus Vanguards, but let's see how will they proceed from that onwards. And now is our RNG final player, or one of the two final players of our GG, is right in front of our Rangers, right? Eliminated would be our team right here, and Jibna will now have to face Devon with that DPS going through. Now eliminates him, leaving only Kaya with just a few inches away from the blue zone. Will he go for that deny? Will just actually take him out alive as they hold that frag grenade, landing onto him? Will that... Ooh, actually, he will just go for that deny before the final bullets connecting, coming in from RNG range. That is one more point going towards our RNG. But as we are now seeing here, we still have 9 players, or rather 9 teams playing inside of the game. Cool, welcome back. A lot is still happening here, but the circle is getting very, very small, and PB is eliminated. PBMS rather is eliminated on that 9th back, but for YG, still getting that unstoppable title with 10 eliminations.
I'm back, Aya. I'm not sure what happened there. I lagged for a little bit, and I'm back. Now, let's see Rangers, as they're now battling YG. Jappy is getting some hits. Now, frag grenades, will it connect? No, it will not connect, but it will damage both players, or just one player. Now with the Molly now, oh, this is so bad for, say, Cloud. A good thing it was able to run outside to save his life. Now the nades. Romeo will now throw up a nade. Nathan, oh, hasn't getting a revive yet, but range goes down. And this means that range will now ask for a revive for Rangers, as Jappy now is getting a revive for Nathan. Nathan will now be able to move up. Jappy will make a defense. Another nade from Smile. Nathan and range now down. Here comes a Stay Cloud as he goes for the drop shot. Where the hell is Jibna? Where are you, Jibna?
He is far from this location as of the moment. We will find him again later on. But with Goa Rex here being illuminated with a fragment coming from Sinwako, Goa will now be eliminated. Still left with 6 teams right here. Ranked actually carried Sindale right there, nor for him revive peacefully. But with those going on, we have RNG losing one more of their players. Now they are just with the final player together with NB. And speaking of NB, the final player will also say goodbye. And now this will all boil down to YG, Sin, NX, RNG, and Max.
We're left with 5 now here in the final match of the day. Our Jibna is actually on top. Okay. So it went on top of the mountain, leaving the 3 players right over there with YG. And now he might be forced to drop down if it'll... Oh no, it looks like the circle is here, Aya, because it's already stage number 8. So the next, so the timer is gonna be for the closing of the blue zone. So he might want to get additional more points now, since he has this height advantage against everyone.
Yep, and with that height advantage, although he probably needs a bit to move a bit forward. Let's see if he will be safe. But now, as Max goes out, we only have the final 4: YG, Sin, NX, and RNG. Very crucial plays are what we are waiting in this battle to happen. Young Galacticus are situated on the northern side of our map right here, and they have this compound. But for RNG Gymnat, the final player that we talked about earlier on, is situated onto the higher portion of the mountains. And these 2 teams were right in front of each other, going for that nade. Oh no, Wacko did not land that perfectly onto Superboy together with Super Loki. But with one more attempt, will he be able to do so? But Sinwako will be knocked down, coming from that exact same nade coming in from our Nexus Vanguards. Indeed, a taste of your own for Wacko right there. But Ranked throwing one more. Will that land onto anyone? Yes, that one, King WCZ will be taken down.
Now for Nexus Vanguard, they're having a lot of troubles with this position that they have. And now is now making the most out of it. Oh, unfortunately, Dale will have to take cover. Oh, wow, what a nade by Ranked, eliminating the 2 players of Nexus Vanguard. Now they're left with only 2. YG still alive with 4, but look at Sin now. 2 players Oh, here comes Jibna. Naded Ran Kid. Oh my G, but Jibna will die in the process because of the blue. He was just Nate Rankid, and Rankid will be left all alone. Wako and Dale will just say bye-bye to Rankid now as they take the middle portion of this circle. School is still
Oh
alive.
no!
Oh! Got
Sticky bomb!
knocked out by the sticky bomb. First time ever we've seen that, Aya. And now here comes YG. Goes for the push now, but here comes Sin. As they try to go for the spray down through the smoke. 2-man down for the side of YG. 3-man down already for the side of YG. 1 player left remaining, down to 1 HP left. Here comes right above in WTC. He gets taken down by Tail. And now only 1 player left also for the side of Nexus Vanguard. Say Cloud left remaining, and Tail now is just on fire, just finding every single piece of enemy around him. Nexus Vanguard is out. It's now going to be a 2v1 situation, Aya. Say Cloud versus Sin.
Oh, no.
Wako and Dale throws out a nade. Will that one connect? But unfortunately, Wako finds Say Cloud as they get the winner chicken dinner with a smash. And let's look at the final scores, Aya, because I did mention before this that Sin is very close to the scores of YG.
Actually, not super close, but that was really a good win for our scores because again, they smashed that smash rule. Weren't really that official or doesn't hold that much of a value, but that winner chicken dinner is like a gem here in that final moment. So congratulations to Sin Esports for smashing their way through and getting that first rank here in the Super Weekend, Week 2, Day number 2.
Oh yeah, actually, Aya, yeah, you are right, and ChatGPT is right.
Oh yeah.
Whoever gets the smash in this match will still take home the #1 spot. It doesn't matter, Aya. So this means that YG will be the second place team.
Yep. So that is the beauty of the smash rule. So at least the smash rule thing didn't actually go into waste, you know. At least we still applied it during the final moments, and that is brought to us by Sin Esports, giving us 10 elimination points in that game with additional 10 from replacement points. So 20 points was what they got here in this game. So kudos to Sin Esports for smashing that smash rule. But first, let's watch the final highlights for the group stage.
And match is over. Still with the points here for the last match. 21 points will be taken by YG being the team with the most points. But again, it is the smash rules. Sin gets the winner chicken dinner and will take home #1 spot during week #2 Super Weekend. So they will get that 15 league rank, which is a very needed league rank points for Sin. That is if they wanted to get more of that head start coming into the grand finals next week. And everyone wants that, Aya, right? Everyone wants that highest head start point. And for the rest, it's just a sad story now for Vanguard, Aya. Before we started today, they only needed 10 points to get the match point. They got the match point after 6 matches, and they weren't able to smash it all throughout the 8 games. So that, again,
Mm-hmm.
a very sad story. Another sad story, Aya, is PBMS.
Yep.
PBMS ended up the first place team in Super Weekend week number 1, but here today, during the Super Weekend, they will be ending up at most likely at 16th with their performance being so low. So after getting 15 league rank points this time around, you're going to be only getting 1 league rank points. It's not a good sign for PBMS.
Definitely not a good sign for our PBMS, but definitely a good one for our Sin esports. And now let's see later on who are actually the teams who are going to get into our grand finals, because we're going to compute all of those league ranking points in the addition from week number 2 on to week number 1. And again, top 16 teams will proceed into our grand finals on the 13th to 15th overall ranking. Again, going back, I think have we seen this already? But again, Cine Sports here with 114, second YG with 133. So for those who ask that why Cine Sports is on the first, even having only 114, that is the beauty again of the Smash rule. You don't need much of the points as long as you reach already the match point and get the winner chicken dinner in any of the games after reaching the match point. Now on to the third spot, we have our Nexus Vanguards with 99, VG with 95, RNG with 91, GX with 82, Key Esports with 81, and NB with 80.
And for the rest, Team Max getting 77, 75 for both the SG with 74, Go with 56, TTQ with 52, PG with 43, and PBMS with only 37. Again, very sad day or sad 2 days for PBMS. Not any much of their firepower in here in the Super Weekend week number 2, but here are now the top 4 teams for the last match of the group stage. 10 for YG, 10 for Sin, 5 for Nexus Vanguard, and 5 for Rangers. That was very quick. And then
Mm-hmm.
the MVP for match number 14. I will agree with this rule with this MVP. Dale
Yep.
did a lot of damage at the end with 4 eliminations here, 661 damage, 285 damage taken, 37% team contribution, and survival time of 28 minutes and 12 seconds. But again, with Sin taking that win, they're able to smash it. So again, with the smash rule, whoever gets the winner chicken dinner after getting the match point will be the ones to take that number 1 spot in the overall ranking, which is the league rank points to be more specific. So they will end up with 15 league rank points. You will see the things that we're talking about right at your screens in just a few moments. But this was a really nice push from Sin Esports today, because today they did a lot in order for them to push themselves until this last match of the group stage.
Definitely. Cine Sports really had a long journey before reaching this stage of the tournament. But speaking of Sindale, as we are still staying here on the MVP title, he has that 20% headshot, so that is quite high as compared to the things that we have seen previously. And shout outs to him as well, because he messaged me earlier asking if the Smash rule is still applicable in the grand final. So yes will be the answer on day number 3. But first, we have your league ranking points. So White on top, actually, with 21 overall points, tied up with Nexus Vanguards with 21. Oh, that was quick. Are we going somewhere, guys? Anyway, we have our league ranking on the second page. 7 for Max, Go with 6, tied up with Dan Born, also with 5, GG with 4, PG with 1, and 0 for all, of course. S69, OF8. Oh, did they? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Austria survives. Austria did survive. We have now the qualified teams for the YG, NX, Sin, PBMS, BG, RNG 214, SG, GX, KHI, Max, Goa, TTQ, Newborns, Austria, and Good Game Esports. Congratulations. Unfortunately for the 4 teams that did not qualify through the grand finals here in PMCL Summer, better luck next season, as we're still going to have a PMCL in the fall season. But the thing is, you're not going to be able to try to qualify through the next stage of PMCL, which is PMWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which is the Esports World Cup. Who will take that home, that championship next week? But before we take home anything, let's thank our sponsored phone here, our partner phone. It is powered by MediaTek Dimensity 8350. The Common 40 Premier 5G delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding games. Plus, with a one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photo with just one tap.
Definitely. And we were back here on the caster's desk. It just breaks on my face how tired I look. Anyway, shout outs again to everybody. Thanks much for sticking with us throughout the past 2 weeks of our group stage. But before that, don't forget to experience unrivaled power with PUBG Mobile X Shelby American Collab, Command Legendary Shelby GT500 and 427 Cobra with exclusive attachments, stunning colorways, and more available until July 6th. So don't you miss out.
Well, don't you miss out also with the current collaboration we have with Attack on Titan, Titan transformations, ODM gears, and more. Oh, wait! So join the fight right now, because the only way to live is to fight. You can also go through the price path and the lucky spins right now. I got the Armin set and also the Levi set through the price path. But again, we're done with everything. PMCL group stage is over. We're now moving on to the grand finals. This is over for us as well here in PMCL Summer. Kukutaya, Sir Cloud, and Tash Bunny. We'll see you next week. So guys, we'll see you next week also on the live chat. And goodbye and good night to everyone. Bye-bye.